Does this... Oh, wow. Oh, wait. This does have... this does have controller support. Just, like, right out the gate. Okay. I just realized I'm gonna need water. I'm gonna get super thirsty. I'm gonna get water first. Hey RK, so did you end up getting the 9950X? Did you end up getting it yesterday? From Micro Center? Did you ask them about the motherboards? Oops, I just spilled a bunch of water. Alright, I just spilled a bunch of water on the floor. Luckily, I had it spill on the left of me instead of the right of me because the computer is literally on the floor over here on this side. That would have been really bad. Okay, well this is the 9950X. For some reason, Hardware Info automatically lists it as Ryzen 9 9950X Enhanced. They got it in 100. They got 100 in. They have 100 of them in stock. A lot of them were selling out online. They're showing in stock now. Newegg sold out of them. Apparently, I think there's like a CPU mining craze going on. Let me see if Newegg has them again. We were talking about it yesterday after the stream. Okay, Newegg has them again. They were sold out yesterday. So, this is the same computer that I used to test the 9700X. So, all I did yesterday was I pulled out the 9700X, I installed the 9950X, and I reapplied the thermal paste, put the cooler on, and I've been testing the processor ever since. So I haven't done anything. So I know that in the reviews, there was that whole discussion about AMD saying, oh, you gotta use the provisioning driver. I don't believe them. I don't believe them. I'm going to do it my way. So we're not going to install any provisioning driver. We're not going to do any of that. We're just going to use it out of the box as is. And so far, it has been great. So I do not recommend installing the AMD. I'm not saying I don't have chipset drivers. I have chipset drivers. I just have really old chipset drivers from either last year or earlier this year. So I did not install the latest one. And I do not recommend installing the latest one. Because if you do that, there isn't really anything wrong with doing that, although there's still some misunderstanding, or I guess there's still some unknowns about how the core, the CCD to CCD latency plays out, and I have a feeling that because of the way the scheduler sometimes moves things across, it results in higher latency if you have the provisioning driver installed. So I don't know. I still have not watched any of the reviews that talk about that. I'm just going off of my own instinct and understanding of how this stuff is supposed to work, and that's basically how I've always operated. And so far, the processor seems to work really well. This is currently the fastest processor that I have. The only processor that I have that can beat this processor in multi-threading is my Threadripper system. But it only wins in multi-threading. In everything else, this processor, like, it's the chart topper in all the productivity benchmarks. In Geekbench, in CPU-Z, in R23. I don't have R24. I haven't bothered to download that one, but it's like that one's supposed to be even more modern. Hey, Caveman. Yeah, so I think this is the one that a lot of people are interested in, though. More so than the other ones. Because I think most people that are looking for an 8-core processor, they're waiting for X3D. But if they're not looking for a gaming CPU, they're probably looking at this processor, because this is the flagship processor out of the Zen 5 lineup, at least for now. And it's probably going to remain that way. I'm really curious to know what they're going to do with X3D, though, because I don't think they're going to do dual CCD with both CCDs X3D. I think it's still going to be one CCD with the V-cache and the other CCD without the V-cache. I think AMD is going to do that again, although I think a lot of people have some misunderstanding of that type of design. They could, in theory, do a dual 3D chip, but I don't think they're going to do it. I think the problem with doing that is inter-CCD latency could be even worse or better. I don't know. What's interesting is because processor technology is not able to rely on massive node shrink advantages anymore, you only get one like once every 6 to 9 years now. That's what it seems like. That's where we're going with this industry. So because of that, the chip designers are having to get more creative with what they do. So this is an example. So Zen 5 is an example of what you get when you are bound by the node. So AMD cannot go to a newer node or a significantly newer node. They can just go to a more mature process. So they're not able to benefit from a node shrink. So Zen 4 to Zen 5, I like to think of it like Zen 4 to Zen 5 is kind of like the NVIDIA GTX 700 series going to the GTX 900 series. So it's like Kepler to Maxwell. That's what this feels like to me. This is the efficiency play. So if anybody who remembers the GTX 780 and the GTX 780 Ti, the move from that to like a GTX 970 and a GTX 980, that's kind of what this feels like, because the 900 series from NVIDIA was not that much faster than the 700 series. Later on, they did come out with the 980 Ti, which was a little bit faster than the 780 Ti, but it wasn't like an insane uplift. So it has that same kind of vibe, and that's because NVIDIA was stuck on 28 nanometer, so they only could rely on architectural improvements and software improvements. And that's kind of what we see here with Zen 5, because it's still the same node, so they're gonna have to do some architectural changes. They can't really rely on a node shrink. Most of the time, when there's a node shrink, there will be a massive improvement, or if there's some kind of change to the memory architecture. Like, for example, when Zen 3, going from Zen 3 DDR4 to Zen 4 DDR5, a lot of the performance uplift was from the node shrink and the memory bandwidth. This time around, we don't get a node shrink, and we basically get, a new architecture, and all the benefit is dependent on the new architecture. On top of that, the memory is the same. DDR5 to DDR5. So there isn't even a memory change. which I don't expect to see memory changes every generation. That's very, very rare when the memory actually changes. So overall, I think the CPU is fine. Like, or this launch is okay. I mean, you cannot have insane expectations when you know that there's no node shrink, when everything is dependent on architecture. And the thing is, the potential for improvement over time with modernization of software development, it's there. So it's like the foundation has been built by AMD for software developers to utilize the hardware in the future. Now, I know you should never purchase something on the promise of something in the future. That's not a good idea. That's not a good strategy. But if you look at games that are coming out now, like if you guys remember Alan Wake 2, Alan Wake 2 is the one game that is responsible for the death of the 1080 Ti. The GTX 1080 Ti was effectively killed off by a single game that came out late last year. Alan Wake 2 defeated, single-handedly wiped the floor with a 1080 Ti and basically sunset that GPU into oblivion. It's like no one's going to want to use a 1080 Ti anymore because now we have games that are using, you know, newer rendering methods that old hardware wasn't designed to handle. See, that's what I'm saying. So if software changes in the future, you know, it can make CPUs like this perform really well. Meanwhile, wait, what is this? This is like an obstacle course. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. Am I supposed to do that? No, I'm supposed to go somewhere else. All right, let's fly. When Intel problems finally hit, what did you mean by Intel problems? The Intel problems? I released a video about how to fix the Intel issue. I've actually done like multiple videos at this point on how to fix the Intel problems. So the first video I did back in April fixed the problem using a workaround so that you didn't have to update the BIOS. Now, I did another video that actually fixes the problem with the BIOS update. What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to fan this thing down? Recycling the same CPU arc over and over. Recycling the same CPU arc. Hold on, did I not put the title? The title's in the description. The Zen 5 architecture is not the same, though. Like, there's some parts of it that are the same. Like, the memory interface is the same. But if you really need to read up those articles by Chips and Cheese if you really want to understand the differences of the CPU. No, Zen 5 and Zen 4 are not the same. The only thing that they share in common is the I/O die and the memory interface, which is on the I/O die. But other than that, they're different. Like, let's put it this way. Zen 5 and Zen 4 are more different than Raptor Lake and Alder Lake. Because Raptor Lake is basically Alder Lake with higher clock speed and more E-cores. That's the only difference. And we're not even going to talk about 13 and 14, because 13 and 14 are literally copy-paste. Like, you can literally turn your... If someone has a 1300K, they can literally just call it a 1400K. And no one will be able to tell the difference. The i7 is different, though. The 14700K is fundamentally different than 13700K because it has 4 more E-cores. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Oh, wait. This is a... What is this thing? A cavorting cactuar? Does it have, like, a fire on its head? What's going on here? Anyway. We have to fan it down. Such a random thing to do. The cactuar appears to have snapped out of it, whatever it may have been. Yeah, playing games on a 4K OLED is like end game stuff right here. Like this is literally like end game gaming experience. It can't really get much better than this. 240 hertz. Such good response time of OLED. The true black levels of OLED. And 4K resolution so that the reading text on the screen is so sharp and crisp because it's 4K in a small form factor like this. Like, this truly is end game. We're in the end game now. Like Gear Seeker said, we're in the end game when it comes to display technology. Keep the ITX computer up by tomorrow with 70 or the 9700X. Have you been using that computer? The 9700X? Oh, Jinx, you went to order your 9950X yesterday morning after getting a few hours of sleep. And I knew it would happen. It went from being previously in stock to out of stock. It's in stock at Newegg now, by the way. It was out of stock yesterday. You know why? You know why the CPU sold out yesterday? Crypto mining. Crypto mining. I told you, be wary of the crypto. It comes and goes. Crypto mining comes in waves. Like it's like troughs and waves on the beach. Speaking of the beach, we're actually on the beach right now. This is Costa del Sol. Your 9950X is coming tomorrow. How's yours working so far? Mine is working good. What I'll tell you, don't install the chipset drivers that AMD was telling the reviewers to install. Don't install the driver, man. If you want it to just run normally, like just hands off, let it do its thing, don't update your chipset drivers. If you're doing a brand new build, like I guess you don't really have a choice if you're doing a brand new build, but if you're someone like me who literally all I did was take out my old CPU and put this new CPU in and then just go into Windows, I'm good. Like, that's it. Turn on XMP, we're good to go. That's it. Like, one button and we're done. That's it. Everything works. Everything works perfectly. My temperatures right now, we are live streaming and playing a game at 4K maxed out, and we're running at 52 degrees right now. 52 degrees. While gaming and streaming simultaneously with a whole bunch of other stuff running. I probably have like 25 browser tabs open. We got Discord open over here. We got OBS running over there. I've got triple monitors going. Like, we got a 4K OLED, 240 hertz refresh. Like, everything's just going full blast, and we're at like 52 degrees. So it's like, and this is an MMO. This is an MMO. This is a CPU bound game, and we're at 52 degrees. You're buying your first PC? Should I stick with AM4 and initial 12th gen for now? Wait, are you buying new, or are you or you're building? You're building a PC, or are you buying a pre-built? There are some really good deals on Intel 12th gen and AM4. That's because, so the reason why those platforms are so cheap right now is because those platforms use DDR4 memory. Now, I know with Intel you can go with DDR5. If you're going to be on a 12th gen CPU, I do not recommend DDR5. Go with DDR4 if you're on 12th gen. It saves you money. There's not that much of a difference because 12th gen cannot clock as high on the DDR5 consistently. So it's not worth going DDR5 on 12th gen. Basically, everyone that I know, including myself, that had a 12th gen Intel, never went with DDR5. I still have yet to meet somebody that actually has a 12th gen part with DDR5. The power usage seems great. Death for 2 literally just further validates what I just said. See, okay, here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. You know, if you guys have looked into AMD, like Zen 4, back when it was new, you may have come across people complaining about memory training. And the reason why it's memory training is because it's DDR5. Newsflash, if you're on Intel and you also go to DDR5, guess what? You get hit with long memory training. You get hit with longer boot times. So DDR4 boots so much faster than DDR5 on the first boot and then in subsequent boots on Intel. However, now AMD has a feature that Intel doesn't have. It's called Memory Context Restore, or MCR. And basically what it does is the AMD BIOS for an AMD motherboard, essentially what it does is it saves the trained values into NVRAM, into basically like a flash on the BIOS chip, so that the next time you cold start or you restart your computer, it preloads those values so that you don't have that super long memory training. Like Intel on DDR5 takes about, like from a cold start, a 1300K. I know this because I literally have the 1300K with DDR5. It takes about, I have a video. I have a video on my channel showing you guys how long it takes to turn on a computer with DDR5 with, I think it was 96 gigabytes of RAM or something. Well, it's different. I show different ones. I show 48 gigabytes. I show 96 gigabytes. And I think I also show 64 gigabytes. So because the more RAM you have, the longer it takes to post with DDR5. That's the other thing too. So I would recommend DDR4 if you're on 12th gen. But if you're on 13 or 14, then actually DDR5 is what I would say. However, keep in mind that it's going to take longer to post. Intel does not have MCR, or if they do, they don't advertise it because I don't know where to turn it on or off in the BIOS on the Intel board. But AMD has MCR, you can turn it on or turn it off. Without it, it takes like, I think like upwards of 30 seconds to post. Intel, it's like 20 something. You have to go watch my video. I forget the exact number, but it's like that every single time. So, but the thing is, with MCR, the PC boots almost as fast, not quite as fast, but almost as fast as DDR4, where it's negligible. And then it also depends on how many drives you have, especially if you have hard drives, because hard drives will slow it down as well. It's cold as on a i7 2600. Yeah, dude, that... So, I always tell people, like, 4th gen Intel is considered ancient because it's DDR3. You aren't even on DDR4. If you're on Sandy Bridge, you're on DDR3. Like, that is the type of person that has the perfect use case to upgrade to the new Ryzen 9000. Because you're literally jumping so many generations ahead. At that point, you literally like skip across. You just jump right past DDR4 and just skip DDR4 completely. Just go straight from DDR3 all the way to DDR5. Or if you want, you could literally just sit on DDR3 until DDR6. But you'll be waiting for like another couple of years. Does more RAM help with multi-monitor and multi-10? It depends on what you're doing. Ultimately, it really just depends on if you're using applications that need the extra memory. It also depends on how many cores your CPU has. So here's the thing that I always tell people. The amount of RAM that you need to have depends on how many cores your CPU has. Otherwise, it depends on whether or not the applications actually use the additional memory. Like if you have a memory hog program, for example, that uses a lot of memory, like Chrome with a ton of tabs, that'll just eat up all the memory you can throw at it. Okay, so for that, for just gaming and media consumption, 32 gigabytes or 48 gigabytes. Well, again, it depends on how many cores you have. It still depends on how many cores. So you need to know your core count. The number of the amount of memory you need is the number of cores times 4. That's how to determine it. 8 cores means 32 gigabytes of memory. Yeah, that Ryzen 7 5700G should have minimum of 32 gigabytes of memory. It's 4 times. And here's the other thing. Did you know that the VRAM in the graphics card also depends on the number of cores? But the formula is different. System RAM is 4 times the number of cores. Video memory is 1 times the number of cores. So if you have an 8-core CPU, at minimum, your GPU should have 8 gigabytes of VRAM. You have a GTX 1070, that has 8 gigabytes of RAM, so you meet the minimum requirement. If you have an 8-core CPU, you should have an 8 gigabyte GPU, which in this case you have an 8 gigabyte GPU. So yeah, that's fine. See, the thing is, people often wonder, like, how come they might have some kind of issue with their PC, the way it performs, and then yet somebody else, like, I'll just use myself as an example. I never have problems with performance problems with the computer or resource contention issues. I never have those problems because I always build the computer to fulfill the spec based off of things like the core count and, you know, things like that. So that's the reason why. It's based off of the number of cores. So your CPU is a very important thing. Like, your CPU determines the memory requirements. And then the other thing too is the resolution of your monitor. This is particularly important if you're gaming. The resolution of the monitor determines how powerful the graphics card needs to be. Because certain graphics cards are meant for 4K, certain graphics cards are meant for 1440p, and then there's graphics cards for 1080p. So that's the other thing too. Like, it's not just system memory. It's also like, what is the because, you know, I get the question all the time. Should I upgrade my GPU? I have an RTX 3080. Should I upgrade to a 7900 XTX or a 4080? Like, you know, I get that question all the time. And the way I answer it is, my question, I ask the individual, what is your monitor resolution? Because that is the most important determining factor in whether or not you need to upgrade or not. So, I mean, that's how I've always built PCs. So, I mean, I've built so many PCs. I've been building PCs for like more than 10 years. And I've never had issues with like a PC underperforming or having like stutter problems or resource contention problems. Whoa, 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 I almost fell. How did I just wander into like an obstacle course? And then I just fell in the water. They brought back the obstacle course for the summer event. That's cool. Problem is, everyone has already done this. So it's like, I'm over here and there's like no one around. Because everybody just rushed and did all of it. Anyway, I need to do my weekly... I need to do the weekly raid, I guess. Oh, this is gonna max out. I need to actually go get some gear. You would say 750 or 850. What are we talking about? Are you using the NHD 15? Right now, I'm using the AIO. But when I do the testing later on, I'll be using a D15. The only reason why I'm using the AIO is because it's much more convenient for me to swap CPUs with the AIO. But I normally don't use the AIO. Like, all my actual production systems are all using air cooling. This AIO that I'm using is the Deepcool LT720. It's a 360 AIO. It's the only 360 AIO that I have. It's literally the only liquid cooler that I have. And I originally bought it for Threadripper, but I ended up switching Threadripper over to air cooling. So now I figured I have this 360 AIO just laying around. I might as well just use it when swapping CPUs real quick. Oh wait, we need to get some of this stuff. Hold on. What do I need to get? I need to get some item level. I don't need any of this. Need to get some item level 700. Okay, we need to get the Bard outfit. Because I think I already have all of them, really. Let me see. Reaper. Yeah, Reaper has all of this. Okay, so Bard. Can a 5700G handle? Of course it can. That for 1080p, yes. There's no problem. Wait, what does this look like? It's like, this looks like Zorro. Wait, I don't have this? Oh, I got maiming gear. I don't have physical and scout. I don't have striking and scouting. Oh, well, I guess we're getting this. This is like a... This looks like Zorro, or it looks like some kind of cowboy thing. You have GRE with 5700, and it doesn't bother... Yeah, see, yeah. Wait, we need the... What do I need? I need the aiming coat. Why does this look exactly like the caster gear? Wait, this is really the aiming coat? What? Okay, just get all the lower stuff. Get this one. The gloves of aiming. The shoes of aiming. The legs of aiming. Okay, well that used up all that, so that basically swaps all that to this. This literally looks like... This looks like a Bloodborne outfit. Now I feel like I'm PS4 Bloodborne right now. Like, what happened? Except for this electric guitar, which is actually a bow. The game is in the description. This is one of the best games of the summer. Like, pretty much everybody was playing this last month, and most of the month of June. It's not really, though. There were a lot of people resubbing, though. Like, so this is Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail. So this and World of Warcraft are the top two, like, most played MMOs. In fact, World of Warcraft, it has a new expansion that's literally out now, I believe. War Within is out. I was thinking of playing it, but then I was like, yeah, nah, no. I'd rather just do stuff with, like, computer hardware than devote time to another MMO. Since I already sunk probably, like, 200 hours into this game over the course of 1 month. Might have been more than 200 hours. I wouldn't be surprised if I sunk like 400 hours in this game since the start of June. But now I'm back in maintenance mode. I barely play. It's like I log in once a week, do my raid tier. Wait, what? This is not what I signed up for? What? Alright, here we go. I'm the Dark Knight. This is so unexpected. Why are we doing Deltascape? I queued up hoping that we were just gonna do the weekly, and I get some random one. You have the old Ryzen 5950X and the Aorus Elite. X570, 32 gig DDR4. Yeah, man, I miss the days of like AM4. Those PCs booted up so fast. What am I doing? Why are my buttons not working? Oh, it's one of those things where because I don't use this computer for gaming, all the buttons are not mapped. I probably need to turn down the audio. Is the audio too? Oh boy. Here, let me turn the audio down. We're gonna test the stability of this processor. I have not done any overclock though. Like, is he doing something weird? I don't remember the fight. I guess middle, okay. I'm just trying to just YOLO. Just YOLO it and figure out, just do things and just hope you don't die. That sounded so weird. Supposed to stand on the one that matches your job. I'm a tank, so I gotta stand on the shield. You came into PC gaming last year and AM4 is legendary. Yeah, AM4 is pretty legendary. I guess I can stand here. Do we stand on or off? I can't remember. Are we standing on blue? Okay, I was right. Yeah, we stand on blue. Okay, I got that one right. You've got a case, the height. Uh-oh, get that dragon. Uh-oh, we got a dragon. I'm gonna pull him over here. I'm gonna pull the queen over here. Oh, what the... This game is so good. I probably need to try some other games. Like, I haven't played any newer games since Dragon's Dogma 2. Oh, that was dumb. I should not have stood there. I should have known I'm supposed to be standing on the blue. Uh-oh, they got turned into frogs. We got three party members got turned into frogs. What? Oh boy. What the? Okay, I got 3 vulnerability stacks. That's pretty bad. Are we supposed to stand on this? You purchase the parts, can't wait PC part picker. The links are gonna get blocked by YouTube automatically. You'd have to remove the... You'd have to remove the whole URL and just kind of do it like a text thing if you want to send... If you want to put the link in the thing. Alright, we have to get through the desert to escape. She's sitting there drinking tea. The height. Oh wait, I don't want this stuff, people. Don't give me this stuff. It's gonna fill up my inventory. I'll open it, but I don't want any of this stuff. I'm out. It's like I don't want any of that loot. You guys can have it. I don't need any of that stuff. So is that the aquarium case? Is that the one with the vertical mount for the GPU? I think I know what case that is. It's fine if you like that style. See, the only problem with those type of cases, if you ever want to use your other PCIe slots on your motherboard, I don't know if they'll fit. Oh, the other questions, Death for 2 was asking earlier, is OLED worth it for PC monitor over other monitor technologies, even with the risk of burn-in? This is how I'll answer that question, because I was also cautious and like concerned about that. Now, granted, I have not had the OLED monitor for that long. I've only had this monitor for about like a week and a half or so. So I have not had it very long. And what I can tell you is, if you're familiar with the old CRTs, so the really big fat monitors from back in like the early 2000s and the 1990s, and basically before flat screen TFT LCD technology existed, CRTs could experience burn-in. So all the old monitors from a long time ago, they all had a risk of burn-in, and nobody cared. People just used them and they didn't really worry about it. It was not really a serious concern, even though it could actually happen. I believe that OLED is the same kind of thing. Like, yes, it can get burn-in, but you can do, like, there's a lot of advancements in the technology where you don't really have to worry about it anymore. The monitor has the ability to refresh the screen when you're not using it. So what I have noticed with this OLED is that when I'm done using it, if the monitor is in use for more than 4 hours, so you can literally, like, let's say you're using it as a work screen. So you literally use it for like 8 hours for an entire work day. At the end, when you stop using it because you're done working for the day, when you get up and you leave and it goes to sleep, it will do something called pixel cleaning. And essentially what that means is, while the monitor is off, the circuits, the transistor circuit board, starts cycling through all the different individual OLEDs, the organic LEDs, and it essentially like sets the voltage back to baseline. So what that does is it prevents the burn-in from happening, because it's basically baselining all of your OLEDs. So there's technology in place to minimize that from happening. So I wouldn't really worry about it, to be honest. I also remember Digital Foundry mentioned that they have been using OLED for like more than a year. Like all 3 of them. Rich, John, Alex, all of them are on OLED screens. They're literally all using OLED screens for their jobs. And none of them have had problems with burn-in. So I wouldn't worry about it, to be honest. So don't worry about the burn-in. If burn-in is preventing you from going with OLED, then you're overthinking about it. Don't get anxious about burn-in because it's really not a problem, to be honest. So from all the people that I've talked to that have owned OLED monitors for more than 1 year, either they've not experienced any burn-in, or it may be so subtle that they'll never notice it because the monitor technology has a way of smoothing out the regions where burn-in could occur to the point where you never actually notice it because it's so minimal that you can't tell unless you literally set the entire screen to gray and you literally like stare 1 inch away from the screen and you're microscopically looking to try to see if there's burn-in. And then maybe then you could see it, assuming the monitor is like 1 or 2 years old at that point. But it's so minuscule, I would not be concerned about it. So that's basically my opinion on the risk of burn-in for OLEDs. The other thing too is if it ever actually becomes a problem, keep in mind that the warranty is pretty good. So it's like you'll get a new monitor via RMA if it actually happens. So yeah, I wouldn't be concerned about it. But I will tell you, after not using OLED for so many years, coming from traditional IPS and LCD, like this, it's like I jumped into the future or I went into the past, if that makes sense. Because when I started using computers, my first computer that I built myself was a flat screen LCD. It had a flat screen LCD. But I was given a hand-me-down CRT monitor. So I remember I experienced what it was like using a CRT monitor while also comparing it to an LCD monitor of the time. And I remember playing World of Warcraft Vanilla on the CRT. And at the time, I didn't understand the differences in the technology, but all I remember was that the CRT felt so much smoother. The motion clarity there was something about it that was so much better than the LCD screen, but at the time I didn't understand that it was all about response time and motion clarity and all that kind of stuff. Now, fast forward into the future, into the current day with OLED, it's like now I feel like I'm back to the way it was all those years ago when I experienced the clarity and the response times of a traditional CRT. So having experienced that on an OLED, it's like very hard to go back to traditional IPS. It's like, it's really hard to like use this OLED for like 2 hours and then get up, go use like an LCD monitor on a laptop or something. And I'm like, man, this is like, the experience is so bad compared to OLED. So it's like I'm being spoiled by OLED that I don't know if I can switch to anything else. Yeah, OLED is going to become more affordable a year from now. So for those of you that are still waiting on OLED, if you're looking for like sub $500 OLED, that should happen next year for 1440p. However, if you're looking for 4K next year, we will see 27-inch 4K 240Hz OLED from Samsung. So the QD OLEDs from Samsung will get 4K in a 27-inch form factor next year. That's coming next year. That it is roadmapped. It is confirmed at this point. If you're looking for LG, like if you're someone who likes WOLED, or just LG in general, because LG actually has the best technology when it comes to preventing burn-in. And that's one of the reasons why I'm using LG. You have to wait more than a year. So LG's 27-inch 4K OLED is, if it comes out next year, it will be toward the end of next year. So it's still more than a year away. But the reason why I'm talking about 27-inch 4K OLED is because once you get 4K at 27 inches, that means that the price of the technology will definitely start coming down. That is the signal that OLED is going to come down in price. And you're going to start seeing OLED on a bunch of things. You're going to start seeing them on laptops. You're going to start seeing them on, like, generic office pre-built monitors might have them for professional, you know, color correction work and that kind of thing. So, yeah, it's definitely going to come down in price over the course of the second half of this decade. Because we're currently in 2024, which means we're still technically the first half of this decade. The second half of this decade is going to see an era where OLED comes down in price, and who knows what happens with CPUs, because Qualcomm is trying to, like, brute force take over the Windows ecosystem with ARM-based CPUs. Microsoft wants that to happen. I mean, that's a whole nother topic that's unrelated to what we're talking about when it comes to OLED. But we're going to see a lot of technology changes over the next 5 to 6 years. So just letting you guys know that 6 years from now, when we get to like 2030, technology is going to be significantly different. At 2030, we will look back at 2024 and be like, oh yeah, back then, like, so many people used IPS and like trash LCD technology, man, with terrible motion clarity and awful response time. So, and yeah, so things will be pretty different in like 6 years from now when it comes to display technology and just kind of PC hardware in general. What are you using for cooling the CPU? I am using a Deepcool LT720, which unfortunately you can't actually buy in North America right now due to the sanctions. But I got this thing last November for Threadripper. I ended up not using it with Threadripper after like a week or something, because I ordered a Noctua. I stuck the Noctua air cooler on the Threadripper, and I was like, man, this is like so much quieter than the AIO. It's like, I'm just going to use this. Because air cooling is so much quieter than liquid cooling. That's one of the other reasons why I don't like liquid cooling. Air cooling is quieter. Air cooling is lower maintenance, less parts. No anxiety of the pump failing. No anxiety of the radiator leaking. You understand anything different monitor possible glossy LG OLED? I thought there wasn't a glossy LG. I don't remember the monitor model number or the brand. It's definitely not LG, and it's definitely not Asus. So the two monitors that use the panel that I'm using are obviously the one that's in the title of this video. So there's that one, which is the 32GS95UE. The other one is the Asus PG32U-CDP, which just came out like a few weeks ago. The difference between the two, like, okay, it depends on how you use your monitor. If you want to use your OLED monitor kind of like a TV, the LG is actually going to be better than the Asus. But if you want to just use your monitor as a monitor and you're never going to use it as like a TV, you're not going to connect it to a console or anything, then the Asus is probably the better choice. The Asus, the UCDP has more features. I think it has like a KVM switch. It's got like, there's a couple of other things. There's a black insertion frame and things like that. Whereas the LG doesn't have that. What the LG does have that the Asus doesn't have is a better looking stand, a more functional stand, because the Asus one has all that gamery triangular look with the tiny little feet, so it could fall over easily. The LG has a proper base, and it has RGB on the back that doesn't look like this gamery Tetris piece on the back, like on ROG. The other thing that the LG has that's better than the Asus is the built-in speakers on the LG OLED are actually really good. So it's got like TV type speakers. Now, I won't say like high-end TV speakers that you would find on like a 65-inch TV, but it has pretty good speakers built in on that 32-inch OLED from LG. So if you're gonna use it for multimedia, like if you're gonna watch movies, and if you're not gonna use your headphones, like if you actually want to like treat it like it's a TV, the LG is actually better than the Asus. But they both have the exact same screen coating, so they're both matte finish. And I know some people say that OLED really shines when you have a glossy screen. That is true, however, it depends on your environment. Like in my case, I have a lamp like literally right there. So it's shining light like into the room like this. So if I had a glossy OLED, the problem that I would run into is there would be glare on the screen because of this lamp behind me, and that would be really, really annoying. It would just be jarring, and it's a no-go, and that's the reason why I gotta go with the matte screen. It diffuses the light. I don't even notice the light like on the screen, even though the light's literally right there. So that's the reason why matte finish is the way to go for most environments. But if you're in either a dark room or in a place, or your room is set up in such a way where you'll never have to worry about reflection or glare from a light source, then yeah, then the glossy will be really nice on those QD OLEDs. Alright, I'm gonna queue up for all 4 of these and just get into one of them. Okay, here we go. How about VRR flickering? Is it bad as people say? That's a good question. That can be a problem if you fall out of the VRR range. But if you're in the VRR range, I don't think it's a problem. So if, like for example, if you fall out of the FreeSync range, then you are gonna probably run into flicker. But if you're always in the VRR range, you're never gonna have a problem. So basically, if you're gonna use VRR, honestly, I would not use VRR personally. I don't run VRR on this OLED. I turn it off. If you are gonna use VRR, you want to cap your frame rate. You definitely want to cap your frame rate. You want to either VSync or you want to cap the frame rate. Do we have new people in here? Oh, we have a new person. All right, here we go. What is this button not working? Oh man, I don't even have the buttons right. I gotta fix my buttons. I thought I fixed them last time. No wonder, I was like, why am I not doing my toss thing? It's not working. You are totally not new here. At this point, you're pretty much an industry veteran. Uh-oh, get away from me, people. I've been marked, get away. Okay. See, my thing when I do these weekly raids is I just play as tank. Because I don't have to wait in line. If you go in as a tank or a healer, you basically get priority. It's like going to Disney World with the pass, with the special pass. Why does it keep on... what is the button then? I guess... Shift 1? Okay. The new person died. 1, 2, 3. So 2 and 3, we stay over there. 4. Okay. So here we go. Get ready. 1, 2, stay. 3, move. 4. There. That was the pattern. Everybody spread. Man, I'm gonna end up like falling off the platform because this button is mapped to the wrong command. Yeah, LG. You know, do you guys remember when LG would always make like the most interesting fans? LG had the most interesting smartphones back in the day. Like, they were the most innovative smartphone manufacturer. We're going this way. People who play this game, they think this is the best music. Like, they think that this raid tier has the best BGM in the entire series. It's good. I think this song is pretty good. It gets kind of repetitive after a while. I don't know, man. I still think Anabaseos had the best music. Like, it depends, though. If you're into, like, EDM... The EDM of Anabaseos was so top-notch. Like, and I don't even think anybody expected it. It was so unexpected. Basically, Soken went from, like, operatic theater with, like, a choir to rock and roll, heavy metal, death metal. And then to, like, EDM? Like, what? Talk about music variety in a video game. I can already tell, like, this fight's going by so much faster than week 1. Because the gear is so, people have so much better gear. Okay, 1. Okay, it's right, left, left, left. Okay, right, left, right. Oh, stay. Yeah, stay. Stay. Oh boy, we need to spread out. You don't think they ever hit the phone? Well, it's because the phones were so different every generation that I think it just kind of alienated people that were not familiar with LG. Because Samsung and Apple stayed relatively static in the sense that they didn't really change the design too much. They didn't change kind of the way the phone behaved that much, so it was very standard in terms of the experience. Like, it was familiar. That was the word I was looking for. It was a very familiar experience for someone on an iPhone to go to another iPhone. Don't go in there yet, dude. Oh, man. What? How did that guy not get hit by that? I guess we'll go this way. There. Might as well just turn this all down like that. It's better to just hear the song and not even hear like any of the fight sounds. Davey C with the sub. Much appreciated. Don't know if you're watching live, because a lot of people who sub while I'm live actually aren't watching. They're actually just watching like one of the YouTube videos. This is it, final phase. This is it, final phase. Alright, here we go. This is the most anime Dragon Ball Z part of this entire fight. It's so Naruto and Bleach in One Piece. Like, look at this. Look at this. She's constantly blasting us with a beam cannon. And we're having to, like, tank it. I've got Shadowbringer's button mapping on here. That is like so 2019. This is wow. I should have did that button check. It's okay. At least Dark Knight didn't change that much over the last 2 expansions. And that's not a good thing. It needs a lot of changes. It needs a lot more sustain. All right. Yeah, so far this CPU, I can't even distinguish the difference between using this and using like a 7950X3D, because the MMO runs so smooth that I keep forgetting that I'm on a non-X3D CPU. That is a very good problem to have. Okay, I don't need these. And I don't need the gloves either. So we're going to pass on those. Just like with a raid, you get 1 loot per week per clear. So you got to choose which one you actually want. I'm trying to get the pants. Okay, I got my pants. I'm going to pass these other ones. These are my backups. I don't want to have to redo any fights, so that's why I roll like that. I wanted to give the new person the thing. Okay, well, whatever. Alright. Okay, now I need the chest piece. I got the helm, the gloves, the boots, and the pants. Okay, so that means the next 3 are going to be the chest piece. You got the B650E-E Strix. Yes, that's a good motherboard. That one has the postcode debug, so you're going to know what's going on when you're, like, doing the DDR5 training and stuff. So, yeah, that's a good one. That is essentially... Oh, man. I forgot to do the button check again. Alright, I need to do that for real. Like, this is... I'll be able to get through these fights without fixing my buttons. It's just annoying because I'm having to play in a way that I'm not really comfortable playing. This is gonna hurt. Alright, this is the Tekken 8 one. This is like the wrestling match, WWE one. This guy looks like Akuma with no clothes on from Street Fighter. Except the wrestling ring is huge, and it has lava. Was that supposed to be a tank swap? I didn't even know. The Gunbreaker tank swap to me. I didn't even know there was a tank swap mechanic. If there was, I never did it until now. Yeah, so far, I will say one thing about what I've observed with the BIOS. So with Agisa 1200, the BIOS does not, by default, it does not enable memory. Well, okay, I think memory context restore is auto, but it seems like if you unplug the PC from the power outlet, memory context restore doesn't do anything. So it basically has to retrain. The other thing I noticed is that power down enabled, for some reason, tends to always be disabled unless you manually enable it. So if you leave it on auto, it still remains off. Like, you have to actually set it to enable manually in the BIOS if you want power down enabled to work. So I don't know why it does that. I think a future BIOS might fix that. I'm actually tempted to downgrade my BIOS to the older one from May, because that one has a Agisa 1170, which is the version that I think a lot of people that go to like a Micro Center and buy a motherboard that the sales rep tells them has the, like, it supports the chip, it's probably going to be on a BIOS from May, which means they're probably going to be on a Agisa 1170. And I'm very curious to know if 1170 does things differently with things like power down enable and memory context restore. I don't even have to chase this guy. He just, like, goes over there and comes back. He, like, flies off into the lava, does his AoE, and then just decides to come back. The B650E-E used to be the cheapest board you could get with the postcode readout. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, because I remember, oh, this is, what the heck? Okay, you had to go over there. Oh. It's actually a really good board. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. You know that you can add Thunderbolt USB 4 to that motherboard too, via Asus's add-in card. Not the one that I did the video on recently. I'm talking about the older one. The Thunderbolt EX4 is compatible with the B650E-E. So if you want USB 4, you can add it. The Crosshair Hero already includes it, but the Strix can add it. I think we need to go this way. Is this correct? I hope so. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm just saying, you know, like, that motherboard's very versatile. You can actually, if USB 4 was needed, that motherboard can add it. Because not all motherboards can add it. So it's a good motherboard. Okay, we're going this way. Oh boy. Okay, I need this. I need the chest. I'm getting some pretty lousy rolls. I don't need this. I don't need that. Come on. Come on. I rolled a 60. Come on, give me the chest. Yes. Okay, we're out of here. You guys can have these. Pass. Okay. Alright, that's 2 down, 2 to go. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break. I need to get something to drink because the water, I spilled the water on the floor earlier. So, we got 2 more of these raids to do and then we're done. Then we could probably discuss PC builds and that sort of thing. Okay. SoC set to 1.2 on the B650E and X670E Hero. Yeah, you don't need more than 1.2. In fact, I think I'm using 1.2 also. In fact, I think all the voltages are here somewhere. Where? Yeah, you guys... Does it show the... Okay, it shows the mouse. So... We're using, what, 65 to 70 watts? The maximum is like 150. Actually, no. Where is it? CPU PPT. The maximum is 167 watts. And we're doing about 96. Or it fluctuates. It's like moving around constantly. But anyway. V-Core 1.38 volts. It just moves around a lot. 1.3. It's typically 1.3. Where's VSOC? VSOC, that's actually not the correct reading. Where is it? Here it is. VDDCR-SOC 1.12. Actually, let me just open Zen Timings. Zen Timings will show it. There. Okay, so Zen Timings. Well, that's okay. That's too big. Well, anyway. Okay, so M clock is 2800, F clock is 2000, U clock is 2800. This is because I'm literally using the RAM that I plan to use for the review of this processor. And like I said on Tech Thursdays yesterday, 5600 megatransfers is the maximum supported speed. It just so happens that the first DDR5 kit that I ever purchased 2 years ago, which is the RAM that we're using right now, was rated, it came with an XMP profile for 5600 megatransfers. So this is what we're using. We're using 64 gigs, so that's 2x32. So we're using dual rank DDR5 at 5600. So obviously that means M clock is 2800. So the thing that I will say, people don't seem to realize that, yes, 6000 is kind of the sweet spot for Zen 4, for Gear 1. However, 5600 is actually not that different from 6000. Because remember, the memory clock is half of the speed. So if you're running 6000, that means your M clock is 3000 megahertz. But if you're running at 5600, that means that your M clock is 2800, which is only 200 megahertz slower. So the gap in performance between 5600 is not that different from 6000. That's basically what I'm trying to say. And you guys can see here, VSOC is 1.2 volts. And then MEM VDD, MEM VDDQ, and CPU VDDIO are all 1.25 volts. The other difference with 6000 versus 5600 is the voltage on the RAM is significantly lower if you're running at 5600. So this XMP kit loads 1.25 volts for VDD and VDDQ. Your TRFC is high at 824, and your TREFI is low at 10,892. There's practically no difference between 5600 CL28 and 6030. Yeah, this is 5600 CL30. Keep in mind, I have not manually set any of these values. These values are set from the XMP profile that I loaded. This is an XMP profile that set the settings for me. Like, all it did was load 30, 36, 36, 89, 125. And it just auto-negotiated all this other stuff. Your second timings are more important than your primary timings. Yeah, but the thing is, when you set your primary timings, the motherboard will train the RAM to try to hit certain secondary timings. And I think for this other one... Yeah, so for some reason the other one... So TRDWR is 20 on A2. But on B2, it's 21. I don't know why it does that. It just always does that for some reason. And then the other thing is, like I was saying earlier, powered down for some reason with the 9000 CPUs with this Gigabyte Aorus Elite AX, it always defaults to power down disabled. So I have to manually go in and enable power down. So I have MCR enabled, I have power down enabled. And then that's pretty much it. That's how we're running it right now. And this is 100% stability. But obviously it should be 100% stable because we haven't even bothered trying to overclock it. And the RAM is just running an XMP profile. So I don't expect it to be doing anything crazy. Okay, well, I'll just leave that for now. Let's do the next one. Oh, I gotta do my button check. I almost forgot to do it again. I'll do it this time. So this, I want to move this move here. Or wait, here? Here? Let's go with this one. This is nothing. You can put this here. This needs to be... Hold up. Hotbar 3, button 1 should be the mouse. This? Wait a minute, that's my... Oh no, that needs to be R. Yeah. Okay. Now it's fixed. I think that's everything that I wanted to change. I could actually try testing this over here, but we'll just keep it what I'm used to doing that. Okay. Okay, I think that's it. Those were the button changes I wanted to do. You bought the B6, the ASRock Tai Chi Lite. Is Newegg the only place where you can buy that motherboard? Is it not available anywhere else? Or do I have it in my link? I don't even know if it's in my link. No, it isn't even in there. Wait, I thought I had it in... Oh, it was in the video, not the stream. You got that one and the Aorus Pro X. ASRock for black build, Gigabyte for white build. Yeah, ASRock and Gigabyte seem pretty good right now. They don't have the weird problems that Asus has been running into with overvolting. And MSI is good, but MSI just doesn't have that many options. Is it just me, or does MSI seem like they're kind of missing in action a little bit? Oh, wait, the Paladin's going to tank? Okay, I'm not tanking then. Why do they run away? Why did they go in and then immediately run away? You guys could have just stayed close by. You didn't have to run all the way out like that. That's funny. I like how both healers or both range casters immediately just ran away. I'm standing like just at the spot. Just out of range. What is the plan for those two builds? Like, what CPUs are you gonna pair up on those two motherboards? I feel like this fight is so much easier for ranged DPS than everybody else. This is annoying for melee. This is like having to dodge the hearts while you have the hearts to make it look like you're playing The Legend of Zelda. Oh, you know, Square Enix did a whole thing in Saudi Arabia today. Wait, how did I mess that up? Oh, I guess I moved too far or moved too late or something. Like, they were there, they were talking about like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and it's funny, the chat the whole time kept spamming the chat with like PC version when, FF7 PC, FF7 Rebirth on PC, please, Rebirth on PC, PC version when, and then when they got to the Q&A, they started asking questions, and the chat kept thinking that they're gonna ask about the PC version. Guess what? It wasn't even mentioned. They got all these like really generic easy questions too, which was hilarious. It's like, I don't know what people think, man. Like, do you really expect them to address things that they can't actually talk about? Like, I don't know. Like, it's just funny. Like, people would not be quiet about, like, PC version Final Fantasy Rebirth when, please, I don't want to buy a PS5. It's like, I can't wait. Well, Final Fantasy 16 should be coming to PC soon. Like, soon? Yeah, I can't wait for Final Fantasy 16 on PC, though. Like, that is gonna be good. That is a good game. I think Final Fantasy 7 is easier to run on PC compared to Final Fantasy 16. Because I think 7 Remake is UE4, and so is Rebirth. And UE4 is not that hard to run on PC anymore. Look at Lies of P. That's UE4, and that runs excellent. Whereas... oh boy. Oh, this is gonna be awkward. Max melee, max melee. Final Fantasy 16 is using some variant of Luminous engine. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with Final Fantasy 15 on PC, or more recently Forspoken on PC. Those games are actually pretty hard to run on PC. Especially, Final Fantasy 16 was really hard to run on PC when it was new. Uh-oh, everybody split up. Get over here. Don't overlap so much. I'll get over here, I guess. You got it from Newegg? Yeah, I feel like Newegg's the only option, man. Like, Newegg always seems to have the best selection of motherboards. Newegg basically has the best choices for motherboards, and oftentimes Newegg also has the best choices for graphics cards. Yeah, Wukong is the new Crisis, yeah. It's like every year we can look forward to a game that basically takes the Crisis title. You know what the Game Awards should do? The Game Awards needs to have a category. Best Crisis game of the year. You know what I'm talking about? Like, best Crisis of the year. This year is probably going to be Wukong. I don't think there's going to be any other game that's that hard to run that comes out this year. Last year, some people might say Dragon's Dogma 2. Dragon's Dogma 2 is technically not hard to run. It's just so CPU bound because of a stupid choice of game design that there's literally no fixing it. But some people might argue, well, okay, well, Wukong is also stupidly designed because it's so hard to run. But the difference is Wukong is GPU heavy and has good visuals, whereas Dragon's Dogma has okay visuals. It looks like a PS4 game, and it's like so hard to run. But it's like questionable as to why it's so hard to run, if you know what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't look like it should be that hard to run, but it just is. Because of poor design choices. Yeah, this CPU, though, I will say, like, if someone is trying to build a new computer for, like, an all-rounder that does everything, like, you can game on it, you can do any CPU-heavy task on it, compiling shaders, this CPU is actually really good. The CPU is really good, actually. We're only running at 54 degrees. While running an MMO at 4K maxed on a 240 hertz resolution. Like, man, this is pretty good. And the other thing too is, keep in mind, if you're gaming at 4K, there's like no difference between this CPU, the 9950X, and like a 7950X 3D. Like, you'll never notice the difference. But technically speaking, I'm pretty sure the 7950X 3D is a little bit better than this in gaming at 4K. Oh, I'm so gonna lose this. We're not gonna be able to get this. I need to have a contingency plan. I'm probably gonna lose this chess piece because I only... Yep, I lost it. Alright, so we're going to have to go for something else. I will get another helm. Okay. Shoes? Okay, we'll take the shoes. Actually, I should have rolled on the accessory. I messed up. I should have rolled on the accessory. Oh, well. Alright, last one. I just realized I did this entire raid in the reverse order. We did the fourth one first, then the third one. We just did the second one. Now we're doing the very first one. Man, that smoothness though, the like moving around on the screen, the clarity. The clarity of OLED is just too, it spoils you. You can't use anything else. This is the fight against Black Cat in the WWE. This whole raid tier is basically like if Cyberpunk 2077 was actually good. Because this kind of has that Cyberpunk style, the environment. That summoner just summons Neo Bahamut just like that. It's like Neo Bahamut instantly. Okay. That's like Goku going Super Saiyan 3 instantly against Super Buu. The 1-2 paw. Not 1-2 punch, 1-2 paw. This first fight reminds me of the first Asphodelos fight from Endwalker. From the Endwalker raid. What did they call that series? Oh, Pandemonium. So it was like P1 and P1S. Somebody fell off. It's not me, is it? Oh. What is the gigabyte voltage parameter you changed for the 8000 RAM? Wait, hold on. Am I the one that was grabbed? Oh boy, I was the one that was grabbed. Oh. Oh. I didn't change any. Oh, you mean? Oh, VDD SoC. VD. Oh, somebody fell off. Did the tank fall off? Oh no. Okay. I'm the backup tank. I'm the standby. I'm on standby duty. Yay! I don't have to actually do anything. OT off tank in this game in like normal mode raid like this is so chill. Like you literally just show up and pretend to be an extra DPS. And because you're so tanky, you can screw up and you're not gonna die like a scrub. It's like the easiest. This is the easiest role for a streamer because like you can just play like a scrub and just talk to chat the whole time and you don't have to worry. It's like so low risk. It's totally the path of least resistance. Speaking of RAM overclocking, get it? Resistance. impedance values. Procto DT. I guess I'm the only one that laughs at something like that. It was supposed to be a joke, but that was like probably that was probably such a nerdy joke that it's just not even nerds understand it. Oh my, yeah, exactly. See, like I just screwed up. I just messed that up, but nothing. There's like no consequence for me because I'm a tank. But I'm not the main tank. I'm just the backup. Like the only time I have to get involved in this fight is like and actually try hard is if the main tank screws up and dies. Then I have to take over and basically become the manager of the whole situation. Wait, why am I the manager? What happened? Why am I the main tank all of a sudden? Did he what? He shirked his duty. Like I'm the main. Okay. I guess he doesn't feel confident being the main tank. Okay, I take back everything that I just said. Now I have to go try hard mode. All right, here we go. Full DPS rotation. Here we go. Tanking with DPS. I don't understand. Wait, what? Hey, this person needs to like bring the thing to it. Okay. Someone's gonna get tossed. Dota 2 style. Tiny's gonna toss you. Like it's Dota 2. You gotta line it up. Oh, there was an interesting interview. It's in Japanese only, but, wait, am I targeted? No. But basically, Yoshi P was saying that he thinks that in the future, no one will have high-end PCs. He basically said that everything's going to be cloud gaming in the future. Like, everything's going to be server-side or data center hosted. Like, no one's going to need a high-end PC. But the problem is the internet connection. So it's like, yes, you can play games without a high-end PC, but you need to have a very fast internet speed. And not everybody has like a 1 gigabit or 2 gigabit internet connection. So I think it's a long way off. I'm not disagreeing with him. I just think that that sort of reality for the gaming market is still, I don't know, like 10 years away. Is this the cheese spot? I like how the other tank is pretending to be the main tank, but technically I'm still the main tank because I'm still target A for the aggro. That's funny. Why do they go over there? That's wrong. Okay. I think we want to stand here. This is a good spot. Whoa, 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 spread out. I like how someone just gets the marker and just runs, panic mode, run at everybody. I mean, you're supposed to do it. I'm just saying, it just looks funny. To see someone running at you with this, like, light bulb over their head. The reality is only for the grand. I don't know if it's that far off. Because cloud gaming already exists today. It just doesn't exist with like high fidelity graphics. Like mobile games are played that way. We had a lot of people die on this fight. That's why this one seems like it's taking longer than the others. This music makes me think it's got like a Persona vibe. Oh no 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 no! I got jebaited. I got jebaited by the guy with the AoE marker. I wanted to protect the group, but I stood on. I moved toward them, and then I was like, "Wait, no, that's gonna put me in the red," and it did, and I was like, "What?" Anyway. Wow, we just lost the other tank. I need to provoke quick. One of the healers died. Oh man, that was funny. I was not expecting to die. Alright, I got one more chance. Wait, did I get all the things? Oh, wait, what do I need again? Oh, the chess piece. If I don't win this 84 roll, I have to get an accessory. Or maybe the shoes. Steam wouldn't go away, but they would change the way that they host the game. Like, the games would just be more server-oriented rather than client-server-oriented. Give this one to the Scholar, because the Scholar... Well, yeah, give it to the Scholar. Okay, I didn't get those, so I need to... I'm gonna pass this. I will take an accessory, I guess. Otherwise, we'll roll on the shoes. So I at least get 2 different sets of shoes. Oh, I got the accessory, okay. Okay. Yeah, I think next week, Final Fantasy 16 for PC is gonna get announced. I heard that Yoshi P is attending Gamescom. He's flying to Germany from Japan to attend, which means he's probably gonna announce Final Fantasy 16 for PC. So it's coming soon. I really... Like, if it comes out in September, well, I don't know if I'm going to have time to cover it, though, having already played the game on PS5. I will get it again. I don't know if I'm going to play through it all the way to the end, but I do want to have the PC version of Final Fantasy 16. So that's definitely a day one purchase for me. All these other games, like, well, see, the thing is, now that the good thing is Wukong has a free to download benchmark. So that is actually very nice. I don't know if I'm actually going to get the game, though. So it depends. I do need to try that benchmark. I have not actually tried the benchmark at all. I've heard all kinds of things about that, though. I've heard that the game is so hard to run that an RTX 4090... can only really handle the game at 1440p. At 1440p, a 4090 is only doing like 70 something FPS. That means that it's basically Crysis. That's basically Crysis. I would test it at 4K though, so we'll see how it does at 4K. 4090, I would test at 4K. The other GPUs will probably all be at 1440p. I grade the performance based off of what the GPU's supposed, like what resolution the GPU's supposed to be ran at, and 4K is the resolution of choice for the 4090. Most people that I know that have 4090 use 4K monitors. Like, for example, this 32-inch OLED that I'm using. This is the perfect monitor for an RTX 4090 because it actually makes the RTX 4090 do work. Like, you can't just sit around And it'd be like, you know, the 4090. So here's the thing, guys. If you're gaming at 1080p with an RTX 4090, the RTX 4090 is like, it's like some employee at the office who is literally just falling asleep on the job. It's literally just being like this the whole time. Like, it's just sitting here and like all the work is just going like, you know, yeah, just get this stuff out of the way. Okay, done. Yeah. That's basically RTX 4090 at 1080p. At 1440p, the 4090's like working all good. It's like, yeah, okay, I can do this. Yeah, okay, yeah. But at 4K, you crank up 4K, the 4090, all of a sudden it's like, oh man. Whoa, this is a really busy day, man. I got like 20 plus emails to respond to all of a sudden, and I gotta do all this stuff and have this done by the evening. Oh man, it's like, that's basically the 4090 at 4K resolution. It's actually doing work. So, whereas at the other resolutions, it's like, nah, I've outgrown this role, I need a promotion. You know, like, that's basically 4090 at lower resolutions. But the other employees, like the XTX, the 4080, all those other lower grade employees, like the 4070 Ti and the GRE, and all the boys in the back, like the 7600 and the 4060, you know, they're just kind of there, you know, like they're low end 1080p resolutions, and you know, like, how are those gonna run Wukong? Because if I'm gonna benchmark Wukong, we're gonna look at 4K first and foremost, 4K. Then we will look at 14. We'll just work our way backwards. So it'll be like 4K, 1440p, 1080p. Maybe I should go the other way around. Like, everybody typically does 1080 first. I don't know. Wukong looks like a game that has very high fidelity visuals, and you really want high resolution to make the game look as good as possible. So, but yeah, it's definitely a resolution that we would not try. It's definitely a game that we would not want to try super resolution, like no 8K, no 6K, not even 5K for a game like that. The game is just too hard to run. In fact, I wonder if people already have done benchmark tests for that game. Let me see. No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like no one's really tested it. Alright, I'm gonna have to test that game probably tomorrow then. Or not game, the demo, the benchmark tool. But that's very nice that they put out a free to download benchmark. I wish more developers would do that. You benchmarked Black Myth at 4K cinematic maxed out, no RT, and it was running at 60 FPS. Was that on the XTX? Because that's literally the first GPU, yeah. Okay, that's the first GPU that I'm going to test it with. In fact, that's what we're using right now. I'm using the XTX right now. It's literally, this would be the computer that I tested on. This one has the 9950X, the 7900 XTX. Let's see how Black Myth Wukong does on this. At 4K maxed out. I wish I could stand on the turntable and just go around in a circle. This area looks like a car show dealership floor or something. Okay, that's good to know that you're hitting 60 FPS. That's good. At 4K, that's actually pretty good. You were able to hit 4K 60 with the XTX in Black Myth Wukong. Yeah, but that's because that uses full path tracing. That would be either upscaling or lower settings. For what? No upscaling? No, upscaling is 20 FPS? No, so native, you're saying native. Native 4K with the maxed out RT is 20 FPS. Yeah. I don't think anyone's actually going to play the game like that, though. That's not how the system requirements are listed. Like, the recommended settings are listed for, like, much lower end hardware. So most people are going to play the game with no RT. I'm pretty sure, like, yeah, if people are actually going to play the game, they're most likely going to run it with no RT. If the RT is so hard to run, like, does it have presets for RT? Yes, native at maxed out settings. And not fluid motion frames. Oh, the game has FSR3 fluid motion. Oh no, fluid motion frames is not FSR3. That's interesting. So it can do all of that. It has all that. Does it have FSR3? FSR3 and no frame gen? Or like FSR3... what do they call the native AA? Does it have native AA? Man, I really do want to try this out now. It sounds like this benchmark tool has a lot of different settings. There is FSR3 frame gen. Man, this is like a weird flex by whoever this developer is, because some random developer that I've never heard of, just out of the blue, made this game that is the new Crysis, and then they go above and beyond and release a free to download benchmark tool with all the settings, all the technology. Wait, Wukong is coming out in 3 days? Wait a minute, what? Hold up, now you guys got me opening up Steam to check this Wukong thing out. I open up Steam and literally the first thing that shows up, featured and recommended, Black Myth Wukong. Game Science is the developer. Who's Game Science? The only other game they made is Art of War Red Tides from 2016. So their last game was almost 8 years ago. Coming August 19th. Wow. It's also such a weird day to release the game. It releases on a Monday. Who releases their game on a Monday? That is so non-standard. How is the gaming performance compared to a 7950X3D? So far, it's... So, here's the thing. Because I'm gaming at 4K resolution, I can't actually tell the difference between this and a 7950X3D. I'm going to go ahead, based off of my testing of the 9700X and the 7800X3D, I'm pretty sure the 7950X3D is still better than the 9950X overall in gaming. There may be some 1 or 2 exceptions, but for the most part, the X3D is going to be faster than this CPU in pure gaming. But in other things, no, this CPU is definitely faster. This CPU is at stock is scoring like 42,000 points in Cinebench R23, and its single thread score is like almost 2,300. So it's yeah, it's quite a bit faster than the X3D in terms of productivity. But the other thing too, what I was trying to say earlier about the whole 4K thing, if you're gaming at 4K, you will be hard pressed to tell the difference between a X3D CPU and a Zen 5 CPU. There's very little difference at this resolution. So it becomes a situation where it's like, do you just want like absolute best gaming performance period at 4K resolution? Then the X3D is definitely better. But if you're gaming at 4K and you also want the computer to be performing as fast as possible in all applications, then the 9950X is definitely the better processor. That's my initial impression having used it today and a little bit of yesterday. So, but if you have a 7950X3D, you don't need to upgrade to this CPU. Like, definitely don't upgrade. Like, your upgrade path, if you're on a 7950X3D, would be the next X3D Zen 5 CPU with high core count. That is your upgrade path, not this. Unless you just want to buy another CPU, and if you're into overclocking and playing around with curve shaper, and because that's the other thing too. You cannot use, well, okay, maybe at some point there'll be a BIOS update that allows X3D to use curve shaper, but as it is today, curve shaper is an exclusive feature to Zen 5 CPUs. So if you're someone who really is, if you're a true hardware enthusiast, then, and you just want to play around with a new processor and the new technology, the new overclocking features, that kind of thing, while also getting the benefit of the best performance possible currently, except for gaming, right? Outside of gaming. Even at gaming, though, at 4K, like I said earlier, you're not going to tell the difference. So it's one of those things where it's going to come down to, like, how enthusiastic are you about the technology? That's really what it is. Otherwise, naturally, you would not need to upgrade. The 7900X got 10. That's... Are you sure? Because HDZ was saying 20 FPS at 4K resolution with the maximum RT. Well, was it maximum RT? I don't know if it was maximum RT. Yeah, I'll be testing that tomorrow. That's what I'll do tomorrow. I'll test Wukong on an XTX at different resolutions. Let's see how it does. I'll test a couple of GPUs. I don't know if I'm going to test like a whole bunch of GPUs, but I would test, because like if I'm going to do a bunch of GPUs, it's going to turn into one of those type of videos where it's like Okay, here are 1080p results for a bunch of 1080p GPUs. But there'll be no reason to do... Like, there would be no reason to test a 7600 at 4K resolution with this game. Like, what would the frame rate be at 4K native, full RT, on a 7600? Or even an ARC A770 for that matter. It's gonna be like single digit. So there's no reason to even bother at that resolution. No, 100% should be native. Anything above 100% will be super resolution. RT was low, everything else was maxed out at native, and yeah, around 20 FPS. Okay. So low RT it's 20, and max RT it's 10. Wow. Wow, RT on low was 20 FPS? How many rays is it actually casting then at low? That is really interesting. Man, okay, that's sort of game. When I hear stuff like that, like when I hear someone say RT low and 20 FPS, that is the sort of thing that's gonna make me test it at 4K on the 4090 with the max RT. Let's see what it does. That, like, the first thing I will do is XTX 4K, no RT. Then the next thing I would do is 4090, max RT, 4K native. Those are like the two tests that I'm only curious in, like, two tests. I want to know how XTX runs with no RT at 4K native, and how 4090 at 4K native with max RT. Those are the only results that actually matter. How well does XTX do with no RT? How well does 4090 do with max RT? And both of them at 4K native. Those are the two comparisons. Those are the two comparisons. Those are the only numbers that actually matter, man. Like, those are the only results that matter to me. It's all about that 4K experience. 4090 max RT frame... Well, no frame gen. No frame gen. No frame gen. I don't want to... frame gen would come later. I want to know how it does native 4K, max RT, no frame gen. No frame gen in benchmarks? Wait, what? What do you mean no oh, you can't turn frame gen on when running the benchmark? Wait, then how do you get results with the frame gen? 23 FPS at native 4K? At max RT? Super resolution 100 is DLAA. The reason is because the game already has UE5 Lumen Nanite, which already is a kind of RT. That's why when you turn on RT, it destroys even the 4090. Interesting. The XTX would be around 3 FPS. Lumen is not RT. It is a software-based global illumination. How is that not RT? Just because it's software doesn't mean that it's not RT. Hold on, I'm looking at the game on Steam here to see like how... Okay, this is a $60 game. Of course they're trying to do the $70 digital edition thing. It literally says all you need is a Radeon 5700 XT or an RTX 2060. Okay, hold up. I want to look at something here. View discussions on Steam. I'm not buying the game. I'm just not in the mood for another Souls-like after coming off the Elden Ring DLC. I'll pick it up later. Love how it looks. Not many good games give a pretty feudal China. Looking at you, Wola. Oh man, what? Wait, what is this? Wait a minute, what? Hold on a second. I don't know if we're gonna go there. I don't think we're gonna show this. I don't want to be calling people out on a live stream, like people who are writing these ridiculous posts. Oh man. Oh, what is this nonsense? It's more like Bayonetta. See, okay, the first person to reply to that post on Steam knows exactly what they're talking about. Wukong is not like Elden Ring. I'm so tired of people comparing Wukong to Elden Ring because they're gonna ruin the game's first impression. It's not like Elden Ring. It never intended to be like Elden Ring. It's definitely more of an action game. It's more like Devil May Cry or Bayonetta or Ninja Gaiden or maybe Neo. But apparently none of these From Software people, none of these From Software fanboys know anything about these other games that are a lot older than Elden Ring. And some of them even older than Demon Souls, at least the franchise, and Dark Souls. So it's like, I get annoyed every time I hear people keep saying like, oh, Black Myth Wukong is just a Souls clone. Those people don't know what they're talking about. Those are the sort of people, like I said yesterday, if I was interviewing somebody for a job, if I was interviewing like the people who write those type of things, they would totally not get the job because I could tell that they don't know what they're talking about. Like they're literally not qualified for the job. So, wow. Meanwhile, the guy who's like, it's more like Bayonetta, that's the sort of person that you call in for the job interview. Because they actually know what they're talking about. They actually have experience, is what I'm saying. So, whereas these people who just spout nonsense like, another Elden Ring. Yeah, okay, pal. Good luck, write me when you find work. You know, like, that's basically what I would say to someone like that. Because they clearly haven't done their homework. They have no idea what they're talking about. See, and the thing is, I have not watched any reviews. I have been completely out of the loop on this game. I have not been paying attention to it. I have set my expectations for the game so low going in, so that if it's anything like the games that I just described, it's actually going to be pretty good. Because it is totally not Dark Souls. It's not Elden Ring. Like, that's not what it is. So, like, if you think, if someone is going into the game expecting it to be a Dark Souls clone, they are going to be so disappointed. And it's their own fault. It's not the developer's fault. It's their fault. But it's hard like Ninja Gaiden, so you can't just rush into a boss. You will die. Yeah, I know, right? Like, that's how it should be. That's how it should be. See, all these people who... These normie scrubs who play Elden Ring and Dark Souls, and they think that they're a big shot because they managed to beat Elden Ring. Even though, like, okay, Elden Ring, come on, really? Like, okay, like, go and try to clear Ninja Gaiden or Ninja Gaiden Sigma on Master Ninja... Or not even Master Ninja mode, just normal mode. That's more impressive than clearing Elden Ring. Like, real talk. Come on. Like, there's... Ninja Gaiden, no summons. No co-op. You can't rely on someone else to carry you like you can in Elden Ring. It's like, and there's no mimic tier. There's no mimic tier. Like, you basically, if you can't get good in Ninja Gaiden, sorry, you're not going to clear the game. I mean, it's that simple. So, Wukong is going to be that kind of game. So, it is going to be a hard game. So for those of you that were hoping that Wukong was going to be easier than Dark Souls, I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's actually harder than Dark Souls. In fact, it's significantly harder than Dark Souls. I'm somebody who is I'm someone who plays a lot of action games, okay? Like, I'm a big fan of Devil May Cry, Ninja Gaiden. I'll never forget playing the original... Okay, not the original Ninja Gaiden, because the original Ninja Gaiden was on the SNES, or maybe it was on the NES. And I never had those consoles. That was kind of before my time. But I'll never forget playing the remake of Ninja Gaiden on the original Xbox in 2005 or 2000. Yeah, it was around 2005, 2006. I know the game came out in 2004, but I didn't have an Xbox original in 2004. I got one, I think, in like 2005 or 2006 or something. Anyway, the point is, I'll never forget the surreal experience, the adrenaline rush of playing Ninja Gaiden on the original Xbox for the very first time. That was the most thrilling action game experience that I have ever had. That and Devil May Cry 3 on the PlayStation 2. Maybe the reason why I don't have a problem playing games like Elden Ring and Dark Souls is because when I was younger, back in the day, you know, impressionable kid being exposed to Ninja Gaiden and Devil May Cry at a young age, maybe that's the reason why I developed the skills, the reaction for those type of games. And that's the reason why later on when I play like Elden Ring and all these recent Souls games, like I've never had a problem with the difficulty of the Souls games. Like so many people like to say, oh, they're so hard, they're so hard. Oh yeah, go back and play games from like 2005. Go back and play like the first Bayonetta. Although I don't think Bayonetta is as hard as Devil May Cry. Play the first Devil May Cry 3 on PS2. Not Special Edition. Special Edition was easy mode. I'm talking about the first Devil May Cry 3. The original Devil May Cry 3 on PS2. If you die at any point in the level, guess what? You have to start all over from the very beginning of the chapter. You die in the boss fight, you die on the way to the boss, you get sent all the way back to the start of the level. It's not like Elden Ring, where it's like if you die to the boss, you literally just respawn right outside the boss room, and you just go back in. It's like, oh, okay. No, Devil May Cry, hard mode, you gotta go all the way and fight your way all the way back. You know, so that's hardcore. And I think Wukong is going to be way more like those type of games of like 15 years ago, which is actually a good thing. So I don't want no hand-holding, easy mode stuff. Although if they want to have an easier difficulty level, that's fine. They can do that. Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origins did that. And I think Wolong had like an easy mode or something, if I remember correctly. But it's not normal, so to have easy modes in these type of games, especially because I think the developers are going for a certain reputation. I think they're trying to attract a certain type of gamer who only wants to play a hardcore, super punishing, ultra difficult game. So that's what this game is. So if you're someone who doesn't like Elden Ring, this is definitely not the type of game. Let's put it this way. If you're someone who thinks Elden Ring is hard or Dark Souls is hard, you will not enjoy... Well, I could be wrong because the game is different. It's not exactly like those type of games. But my gut instinct tells me that if someone doesn't like Elden Ring or Dark Souls, they're probably not going to like Black Myth Wukong. It's just not going to be for them. So, yeah, I haven't watched any reviews. I'm definitely going to have to look into it now, though, because it's coming out so soon. And I'm really curious now, like, how it runs. So, because if I, man, see, this is what's going to happen. I was not planning on getting Wukong, but now I'm going to go and watch reviews, and then I'm going to start benchmarking the game. I'm going to be like, man, this game looks so good, I actually want to play it now. So you know what's going to probably happen? I'm probably going to end up getting the game, And they're going to have to be live streaming the playthrough of the game. And there's probably only going to be like 2 or 3 people that pop in the stream and watch me actually play through it. Because it's, you know, whatever. It's not technology stuff. We're not talking about PC builds. It's just me playing Wukong. But yeah, if I play through it, it's going to be no RT. And it's going to be at 4K. Zelda on the OG Nintendo was Dark Souls at the time. Yeah, you're right. Actually, that's a very good comparison. Dark Souls is way more like the Zelda series than anything else. Like the progression system, the world exploration, a lot of the adventuring aspects of Dark Souls is actually very much like the old school Zelda games. Like the hidden bosses, the main bosses, of the levels, of the different like dungeons that you go through. Yeah. Because, like, Elden Ring is not the hardest game, man. Elden Ring does have some really hard boss fights, though. I will say that. Like, the final boss of the DLC is borderline unfair in a lot of ways. It's overtuned. Like, a lot of people like to use that word, overtuned. The final boss of Shadow of the Erdtree is overtuned. I've heard so many people use that phrase. And then Millennia in the base game was also really hard. But the thing is, there were ways to cheese her. And I'm the type of person that if you cheese a boss, good for you. Because, like, that's exactly what the developers want you to do. Like, there's no such thing as some honorable battle. Like, okay, we're supposed to honorably fight the boss. No, you use whatever is necessary to beat the boss. Miyazaki has said this. The game is literally designed for you to do whatever it takes to figure cheesy strategies out. They actually love watching people find, like, hilarious ways to cheese a boss. The developers of the From Software games, like the Souls games, they actually find, like, cheese strategies, like, better than like a standard, oh, I'm just gonna fight him the way you're supposed to fight him. There's no such thing as the way you're supposed to fight the boss. Like, you fight the boss however you want to fight the boss. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to summon Mimic Tier, go ahead and summon Mimic Tier. If you want to fight him solo and take like 10 hours to clear the boss fight in a honorable duel, then so be it, because the boss is totally not fighting with honor, I'll tell you that. But one thing that I will say that makes From Software games better than those traditional action games is the use of different... They basically mix different elements from almost different genres into their games, which I find very fascinating. Because, like, for example, with the DLC, the Elden Ring DLC... Actually, do I even have Elden Ring? I might actually switch over to that game and show that before we end the stream. I don't have it installed on this computer, so we can't do that. That's sad. Oh well. I might actually have to get another SSD. We're running out of space. How much space do I have left on here? I only have... Okay, we've got about 714 gigabytes of free space on this SSD. And then the main one has 180 gigs. So, never mind. I think we have enough space for Wukong and Elden Ring if I want to do, like, a graphics comparison or something. Download the benchmark and do it live? Okay. Okay, well, good idea. Alright, let's see. Where is it? Wukong. Wukong benchmark tool. Okay. Add to library. Oh, it has... Okay. Where is it? How come it doesn't show up? Oh, there it is. Install. Okay, we're gonna put it on the really, really cheap, slow SSD. How often do I stream on YouTube? Every Thursdays. So it's non-standard for me to stream like on Friday. Sometimes I do this, and when we stream on the weekend, it's more of like a free-form discussion, usually more focused on gaming, but it doesn't have to be. But most of the time, the discussions always are around hardware. And if you tune in to the weekly live stream, which is every Thursday evenings in North America time, so think of it like 9 p.m. Eastern or 6 p.m. Pacific time, for example. It's every Thursday evening, so if you want to stop by, we basically discuss everything about the PC gaming industry. So it could be games, it could be new hardware, new CPUs, new GPUs. Sometimes we talk about leaks, sometimes we talk about rumors, but not always. Most of the time it's more about what's actually real. And then we talk about overclocking from time to time as well, like RAM overclocking, CPU overclocking, GPU overclocking. Okay, so the game the benchmark just finished, so let's go ahead and run that thing. Traversal stutters and shader compilation stutters. All right, hold up. Let me switch over to that game or that benchmark. Okay. I guess what I'll do is let me launch it first before we hook into it. Okay, it needs to first run a Microsoft .NET framework install. This is not the PC that I normally stream from, so it's always missing a bunch of SDKs and stuff that it has to install for the first time. Shader compilation in progress. All right, hold up. Let me see if we can switch it over here. Here it is. Okay. Shader compilation successful. Please wait. Okay, initial setup. Here we go. What languages do we have? Francés, Deutsch, Nihongo, Hangul. What is this? Russian? Is this Russian? Prussian? What is this? Portuguese? Espanol? This is the España Espanol? Polski? So what is that? What is Polski? Is that Polish? Italiano? This is Chinese. What is this? Simplified? Simplified Chinese? Traditional Chinese? And then English. Okay. We'll just go with English. Adjust the brightness. Okay, I am playing on a 4K 32-inch OLED at 240 hertz. So I gotta the HDR and like I don't know, man. It looks good to me. I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna leave it like this. Okay, agree. Rikeshi. You have to restart the game to turn. We're not going to run RT. We're just going to run it with no RT and see how it goes. Settings. Display. We'll do the RT stuff later. First, increasing super resolution can improve the image clarity. What is this? Frame generation on. We're going to turn that off. Turn that off. Wait, super. Well, hold on. How do I turn this off? Okay, so they have FSR, XESS, TSR, FS. Wait, what? Oh, okay. So they've got FSR, TSR, XESS, FSR, Why does it go? Okay, it keeps going in a circle. That's cool. So we are going to go with TSR. TSR. How come it says super resolution, though? Are you sure 100% is is the native? This sounds like this is 2x. This looks like it's 2x. Are you sure? 100% native. This is native? Why is it telling me that it is super resolution and it adds an exclamation mark? Okay. We're gonna ignore that. Okay, detailed graphics, cinematic. What do we got here? Very high, high, medium, low, cinematic. Okay, so cinematic was the default. Cinematic. Wait, there is a ray tracing, but we're gonna have to restart that, so we're not gonna bother with that right now. Of course, these are Chinese devs, lost in translation. Why does it say super resolution though? Wait, hold up. Do we need to change the language? Do I need to change the language? Well, if I change it to Chinese, will it actually apply it? Okay. Wait, hold on. Language. Chinese. Oh, wait. I just realized I can't read Mandarin. Wait, what? Hold up. Okay, hold up. Let me try some Japanese. Let's see. I want to see if they say the exact same thing. Huh? Sampuru. Sampling. Sampling. This is talking about sampling. Sampling no... Okay. So if you raise this slider, it basically... Performance. Okay. So... this doesn't really sound any different from the English one. I need to see... Cause someone's saying lost in translation. Hold on. Let me see if I can figure out what the Mandarin's saying. I can't read Mandarin, guys, but I can read some Japanese. So, to me, like, looking at Chinese writing... let's see. I just want to know if it really... If 100% actually is native. And I can barely tell what this is saying. So, it's like, this isn't helping. Okay, no, that's not going to help. Anyway, we need to switch this back to English. Alright, so this is 100%. We're just gonna do 100% then. Alright, let's do this. Benchmark. Display frame rate information. How do I just run the benchmark? Oh. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is it. It says sampling resolution. No, but super googly. Does it say like super? Does it say super or does it say sampling? Because in the Japanese one it said sampling, but in the Chinese one, what does it say? Because I was trying to understand the Mandarin simplified. I couldn't tell what it was saying, except that it's something about the size of the thing. If you make it big, it's gonna be hard to run or something. Like I don't know. Like okay. It's like the same thing as in English. Alright, look guys, we're doing the console experience, 29 to 30 FPS. Increasing super sampling clarity can improve sharpness in certain situations, but will significantly reduce the performance. Please adjust. Yeah, that's basically what it said in English. No, like, none of those languages are telling me that 100% is native res. But I'm assuming it's native res, because that's what the general consensus is. Okay, guys, check this out. 28 FPS. This is like a console experience right now. This is that cinematic. They were very clever to use the word cinematic for the graphics preset. Notice they didn't say ultra or ultimate. They used the word cinematic as in 30 FPS cinematic experience, cinematic quality. Very clever on the developer's part. That's very clever. Okay. Wow, this is hard to run, dude. This is like a... We're not even running RT. This is no ray tracing. This is no ray tracing. We haven't even turned RT on yet. But, okay, here's the thing. Doesn't this mean that Lumen and Nanite are still running? I will say, though, this game looks really good. At 4K on an OLED screen, this game actually looks really good. It is definitely a cinematic experience. Okay, here we go. You guys can see, well, okay, now we can see all the specs. Ryzen 9 9950X, Radeon RX 7900 XTX. Here's the drivers. It's the July drivers. Okay. Display, oh, there we go. There you go. Display resolution. But the thing is, so if I crank this down to 50%, is it going to show a different display resolution? See? It says 4K. VRAM 25 gigs. RAM 62. Okay, that's 64 gigs and 24. I don't know why it says 25 and 62, but whatever. Total VRAM used 12.1 gigabytes. This is a demanding game. This truly is the new Crysis. I have experienced it live with everybody watching. This is a cinematic experience. Global illumination and shadow quality are the most demanding settings. Well, the average frame rate was 28 FPS, so it's kind of a fail. I would say, like, if it was 35 FPS, or if it was upper 30s, it would be acceptable. Would I play it like that? No. But it is acceptable if it was like 35 FPS or 30, you know, like somewhere between 35 and 40 FPS. That would have been nicer to see versus like 28 FPS. Okay, let's try a different settings here. Let's try the ray tracing because everybody wants to see ray tracing. I'm curious to know how the ray tracing improves the visuals, because even without RT, that already looks really good. Like with no RT, the game already looks really, really good. Okay, now let's do... Wait, what? Oh, wait, where's the... Oh, this one. Wait, what did this have? This is just the monitor. Borderless. Frame cap. No. VSync, no. Motion blur, strong. Am I gonna have to restart the game, though? Put the resolution to... Okay, here we go. 1440p is 66%. 66% of 4K should be 1440p. You know how I know this? Hogwarts Legacy taught me this. Even though I could have done the math. So let's run the game at 66% of 4K, which is effectively 1440p. So now we're going to run the game with no RT, and we're going to run it at 1440p. This is the 1440p on OLED, on a 4K OLED. How come it's not giving me the number? Oh, there it is. Okay, here we go, guys. This is it. 1440p. 43 frames per second. what I'll do after this, just to prove that this is 1440, we will do true 1440 after this. Well, I'll change the actual resolution to 1440. Yeah, but you still get the response of the... You still have the low input latency of OLED because of the response time. Meaning, it's still better to play this on a 240 hertz. 240 hertz at 42 FPS in the game is still better than like a 60 hertz display at 40 FPS in the game. Because the motion clarity is still going to be better, the pixel response is still better. The OLED is in the description of the video. Yeah, so it's basically in the 40s at 1440p for this game. Because people don't know. They just don't know, Daniel. It's that simple. Why do people not understand? It's not that they don't understand, they just don't know. Isn't a 4090 gimped to... No. Why would it be gimped? It's not gimped because it utilizes something called DSC. Display Stream Compression. Okay, 43 FPS. Maximum 50 FPS. Minimum 34 FPS. And, okay, it doesn't actually show, like, the sub resolution. Why did it round me down to 65? Either way, now, okay, remember this number, 43 FPS. Now we're going to go and actually do true 1440p. DisplayPort... No, the 4090 is not DisplayPort 2.1. The 4090 is DisplayPort 1.4. The XTX is DisplayPort 2.1. Okay, oh, whoops. Alright, let me... Hold on, we gotta go to this one. I gotta change this to that. Now it looks kind of blurry to me. I don't like how this looks. I mean, it's usable, but it does not look the way it should look. Okay, so this is real 1440p. This is not like downsampled 4K using like dynamic scaling. Anyway, so now we're gonna run it at true 1440. We should get around 43 frames per second as the average. That is the number that I expect. And sure enough, like I just said, 43 on cue. .41 frames per second. So Nanite and Lumen are always running in this game, aren't they? Regardless of the RT being turned on. I think that's how it works, right? I will tell you guys, though, just seeing the visuals, now I actually kind of want to play this game. At first, I didn't really care about this game, but now, after seeing how good this game actually looks, and after talking about Ninja Gaiden and all reminiscing about the days of playing Devil May Cry 3 on PS2 and Ninja Gaiden on the original Xbox, I don't know, I might have to play this game now. I might actually have to get this game. I wasn't planning on it, but oh boy. I need to watch some reviews of it, though. I have not seen enough gameplay. Has anyone got the chance to test the 4K high refresh rates with versus? The only way you can test that is with an XTX. If you want to run the full uncompressed 4K, you need to have a graphics card that supports. First of all, okay, you need two things. You need to have a graphics card that supports DisplayPort 2.1, and that's going to be an XTX, because none of the NVIDIA cards, there's no 40 series graphics card that does true DisplayPort 2.1. So it has to be an XTX. The second thing is the monitor has to support DisplayPort 2.1. Because most monitors don't support DisplayPort 2.1. So the only way to test without DSC is to use an XTX and an actual monitor that supports it. And I know there's a Samsung Odyssey. I forget the model. Okay, so here we go. Like I said, 40. Okay, we're still in the 40s. So what's interesting is the simulated 1440p using the TSR downscaling / upscaling got us 43. The native 1440 got us 46, so it did slightly better, but it's still, in the mid 40s. So this is a really hard game to run. All right, now I want to see 1080p. Let's see how this game runs at 1080p. And then we'll start doing like the RT and all the other stuff. $1080p. Here we go. Oh wait, I gotta go back in here. Oh, that's 100%. TSR. The other thing too is we've been using TSR, not the other ones. Super resolution sampling algorithm can keep the game visual sharp and clear. Although I will tell people, like, if you want the best looking visuals, TSR should be the sampling, not the others. TSR is the best looking one. All right, here we go. Benchmark. Okay, 55. It's upscaling 1440p to 4K. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, because it's super... Okay, yeah, you're right. It is super resolution, yeah. All right, so current, we're at 52 in the river. I may need to try the different super resolution mechanisms, like the FSR and the XeSS. They shouldn't be different, though, because we're running it at 100%. So I guess the only difference is going to come down to the anti-aliasing. This is a good benchmark because it's not super long. So you can get quick runs in. It makes me think of the Godfall benchmark. That's the one that reminds me of. Yeah, so this one is basically, what, mid-50s? Now I really want to know how the mid-range cards are going to actually handle this. Because if an XTX is only around 60 at 1080p... wait a minute, hold on. What did these guys say was the recommended GPU for this? They said like a 5700 XT and an RTX 2060 were the recommended graphics cards for this game. I don't know what the resolution's supposed to be for those GPUs, because it's totally not going to be 1080p 60 with those GPUs. I can tell you that. 58. You know what's funny? The maximum is in green. 69, it's green. Wow. So, does... Okay, 50... Well, the scores were 40... What is it? 46, 58, and 28? Hold on, let me note that down. So 4K was 28 FPS. Was 28 FPS. 1440p was 46 FPS. 1080p was 58 FPS. Man, this game is insanely hard to run. Okay, now, what I want to do, there was something I was thinking of doing. Oh, I want to see if changing the algorithm, like changing this, because doesn't this affect the anti-aliasing? I don't see any oh wait, here we go. Cinematic. Do we even know what the methods are that they're using for this stuff? Because I'm wanting to know what actually makes the biggest difference here. Does this do anything? You know what's funny? The default was frame gen on. Let's do FSR at 100, no frame gen. See if the scores are any different. It doesn't seem like that changes it because we're at 100%. It shouldn't actually... The score shouldn't change as far as I know. Unless the super resolution sampler has an effect on anti-aliasing. Which should not be the case, but I'm just curious to know if it actually does. Man, this is 1080p though. This is crazy. This is 1080p. I still can't believe that this is 1080p. Wow, this game, they were not kidding. Like you were saying, we were saying before that this was going to be a hard game to run. I did not think it was going to be this hard to run. We haven't even gotten to ray tracing yet, and it's already running like this. I don't know what's going to happen when we turn RT on. We're going to do it after this. I'm gonna have to restart the game. This is definitely a game that is gonna have the type of video. I can see it now. Digital Foundry is gonna have a field day with this game, trying to come up with an optimized settings guide. Because this is a sort of game that you cannot throw hardware at the problem to make the FPS problem go away. It's just that hard to run. Okay, yeah, no, it didn't change. Well, it did actually do a little bit better with the FSR instead of the TSR. That's interesting. So I'm just going to make a note here. So 1080p FSR, this one is 1080p TSR. So TSR averaged 58, and the maximum was also lower. Whereas this one averaged 60. I mean, it is better, but it's not that much better. Interesting. Okay, so now here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go back in, change this to 4K. Set this to 4K. And then I want to turn on this. This setting requires a restart. Alright, so let's just go ahead and apply this. And now I have to restart the game. Actually, we're going to set this to TSR again. I like how they have a little symbol here next to the word full ray tracing. There's like a little arrow, which I think is supposed to indicate that you need to restart the game. Okay. The other thing too, no, I didn't see it. Hold on. Okay, yeah, I see it. Okay. The other thing too, keep in mind, guys, that I am also live streaming, so that is going to potentially impact the score to a degree, but it's not going to be that much. So I just want to point that out. Like, if I'm going to make a video about this, I would not use the results that we've collected here. This is invalid data for an actual video format because the live stream is also using the graphics card. Because I am using the XTX to encode the video while streaming and then running the game on top of that. So keep that in mind. That is going to potentially have a performance impact. So I will definitely do tests offline if I'm going to make a video about this and compare a bunch of GPUs. Alright, so now we have ray tracing. What do you guys want to see? Let's ray tracing. Just max it out. Max it out. Max it out. Very high. On. Everything maxed out. TSR. 100%. 4K. Native. This is it. This is it. The ultimate test. The ultimate test. 100%. True power. Cinematic quality. Max RT. No frame gen. TSR for the best visual quality. 100%. This is it. Let's do this. 4K. This is what it means to do 4K gaming. This is it, boys. Maximum power. Here we go. It's shader compiling or something. The computer is heating up. The computer is heating up. I hear the radiator fans maxing out. Come on. Anytime now. Why is it slowing down? Like, what's going on? Oh, man. Even I'm lagging. The stream is lagging a little bit. Okay, there we go. My camera is kind of stuttering. Like, I'm stuttering. Wow. 4 FPS. Whoa. Whoa, it's going down the river. You know what's funny? I feel like we're going on the river faster than when it's at a smoother frame rate. Because it's so jittery. 3 FPS. Well, you said 5. We were at 4 and then 3. Man, this is the new Crisis. This is totally the new Crisis. This is what it was like back in the day when Crisis first came out. This is literally the new Crisis. I've never seen a game that's this hard to run at release. That actually has the visuals to back it up. Single digit. This is single digit. Low single digits. Man, look at that. Wow. This is so hard to run. It isn't even a cinematic experience anymore. It's a slideshow experience. This is a slideshow. This isn't a cinematic experience. This is a slideshow experience. This is a PowerPoint presentation. The presenter is just talking too fast. He's just going through all the slides real fast. He's just jumping through 4 slides per second. Okay, the average was 4. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. The minimum was 3. The average was 4. The maximum was 5. Sequential numbers. 3, 4, 5. That is so easy to remember. That is so easy to remember. In fact, I'm going to literally write all those results down. So this is 4K max RT. The average was 4. The minimum was 3. The maximum was 5. Wow. Wow. Total VRAM used, about 15 gigabytes. 15 gigs of GDDR6. Wow. The new crisis is truly here. Okay, let's try 1440p. 1440p. The resolution that the developers don't care about. 1440, very high ray tracing, cinematic. Alright, this is going to be 1440p. So we were single digits at 4K. We're probably going to be around, what, like 10, 12 FPS at 1440. Nine FPS. You know what's funny? This looks so much smoother than the 4 FPS. This feels so much smoother. After looking at 4 FPS for so long, this looks significantly smoother. It's a weird, surreal experience watching an OLED screen with a 7 FPS. You know what's interesting though? I can't tell the difference between the RT on and the RT off. Like the green, the grass, everything looks the same. So it's almost like Forspoken. What is the RT actually doing? Bring the frame rate to a slideshow experience. Like these visuals don't look any different from when RT was off. Okay, actually, right there where the rocks are, I can tell the difference there. But other than that, other than like the shadows, the ambient occlusion, the RT shadows, and the RT ambient occlusion, other than that, I like in terms of the lighting. I mean, clearly there's a difference. The FPS is different. But in terms of visuals, this is more of an academic thing more than with RT. It'll be interesting though. This is probably going to be the benchmark of choice for evaluating ray tracing performance going forward. This is an excellent benchmark for evaluating ray tracing, because that's like, man, that it set the bar so high that we're pretty much set for the next like 10 years of graphics card. Well, maybe not 10 years, but at least the next like 2-3 hardware generations of GPUs. Like, this is a problem that is going to require a complete redesign of the front end and how RT cores are utilized going forward. Now, the AMD GPUs, they don't actually have any RT cores or any like traditional real dedicated RT cores. So they're kind of in a weird spot. So this is kind of the worst case scenario right now. But man. Oh wait, I forgot to record the values. Okay, 1440 max RT. Okay. Okay, finally, actually, should we even bother doing 1080p? Instead of doing 1080p, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually go back to 4K, and I want to set RT to low. Let's just go low RT. Because the thing is, I can barely tell the difference between RT high and like no RT at all. So let's see what happens when it's set to low. We'll do frame generation next. I just want to see how it runs with the low preset of RT. Ooh, the fact that it takes a long time to load is... 12, 11. This is like the 1440 results. Yeah, this is like the 1440 results. Wait a minute. So RT very high 1440 is equal to RT low 4K. Yeah, this is the reason why. Oh man. Sometimes I wonder how this game would have came out if Nvidia was not involved with I don't know what exactly Nvidia did working with the developers, if it was anything more than marketing the game, but there is some kind of deal because this game is bundled with 40 series graphics cards right now, except for the 4060 and the 4060 Ti. And looking at these results, I can see why they're not bundling this game with a 4060. They don't want to disappoint the buyer. They don't want to disappoint the customer. This is full global illumination with full RT shadows. No, we're just going to need them to redesign the pipeline. It's going to require a different kind of architecture to tackle a problem like this, or a challenge like this. Ooh, that part right there is like the worst part, where it's like this part right here where it comes up on the hill. It goes on the hill. As you go up the hill, it looks like terrible. That's just the worst part of the... Yeah, this is, wow. It is very nice that these developers made this free to access. The benchmark being free and separate from the game is actually very nice. Okay, this was 4K, low RT, and the average was actually the same as 1440p max RT. Yeah, these results are very, very similar to 1440 Max RT. That's interesting. I don't doubt that at all. You're right. I think Nvidia is totally going to use this game to promote the RTX 5090. The only problem is I don't really think the 59. Well, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. I don't think the 59 is gonna be able to handle this game with the RT maxed out, unless they do some significant change to the front end. Okay, now we're gonna leave it on low. Well, okay, low is even gonna help, guys. Like frame gen on is just, it's not gonna really. I mean, the frame rate is too low to begin with. It's not gonna. Well, let's see what it does. We're gonna test frame gen. Oh, hold on a second. I just thought of something. Wait a minute. Did it do? Hold on a second. Frame gen with TSR? How does that work? What is this? Frame gen with TSR? How? What? Since when does TSR have frame gen? What is this? Frame gen TSR. Okay. Frame gen TSR. Here we go. How can you run FSR 3.1 frame gen with TSR on? Wouldn't it need to be FSR? What? How? Wait a minute. How is it doing that? I thought it was supposed to up. I thought it was supposed to double. Okay, it is actually doubling. Never mind. I guess it started off pretty good. Okay, it starts off at like 12. That's why we were seeing 25. Yeah, FrameGen can't fix this problem because the original frame rate is too low. Basically, all FrameGen does is double your frame rate. It's close to double the initial frame rate. So, yeah, this. Okay, we're gonna have to try to tune this. You know what though? Like the fact that this game can't even do 60 at 4K without any RT. What I'm gonna do after this, we're gonna turn RT off, get rid of RT because it's just an academic thing at this point. It isn't even like you aren't even meant to play this game with RT. Like who's gonna be playing this with RT? Like legit. Really? Like who? I don't know. This is definitely not a game that you're gonna be using RT. This is a game that's gonna showcase frame generation more than anything else. Until multiple generations of hardware improve ray tracing performance, it's gonna be a focus on showcasing frame gen, and then later, once GPUs become more and more powerful, then it will start showcasing RT. But otherwise, I don't really. Yeah, look at that. That's with frame gen. That means the true FPS is 5. What's odd though, how is it doing TSR? I'm confused. How is TSR with FrameGen working? Like what? Hmm. 20 or okay, 15. So where does that fall? This is 4K frame gen, but for some reason it's TSR. I don't really know how that works. So average is 15, minimum is 10, max is 25. Wait a minute, doesn't that mean that if someone wanted the best looking quality, they would just not even use DLSS at all. Like, you wouldn't use DLSS frame gen if you wanted the best quality, because if you're on NVIDIA, you would just use TSR plus frame gen, which basically means what? FSR 3.1 on a 4090 with TSR turned on? Like, that is bizarre. Hold up. So, first of all, turn this off, because this is like a waste. Okay, now I'm going to start optimizing the game. Now we're going to try to figure out how to actually make the game run for people who actually want to play the game, not people who just want to benchmark the game. Okay, so let's, yeah, but oh, you're saying well, why would you do can't you just do TSR at 75%? Okay, now what I want to do, now that we've gotten rid of this thing, so now all TSR, frame gen, okay, now I just want to do TSR with frame gen on. Let's do TSR with frame gen on at 4K resolution. $53. Did it say what the presets were on the Steam page for the recommended spec? Because I doubt it's cinematic. The other thing too is the type of algorithms that they're using for the graphics preset, like what the cinematic, like what is the cinematic setting actually doing, like what it's actually using. Those are the other things too. So one thing that I didn't do, which we probably could have done, was like RT low and then start dropping the preset down from cinematic and see if it could get playable that way. But I just think the RT at this point is a meme in this game. Like, no one's actually going to use it. The presets all had upscaling on with low. Well, I mean, like, if you change the individual, you know, like the shader types and stuff, like shader quality, that stuff, shadow quality, anti-aliasing quality. You know what? I want to do one thing, actually. I just realized something. 4K is a resolution that is so high that you technically don't need anti-aliasing. So if I simply turn off anti-aliasing at 4K, I wonder what it does to the frame rate. $52. So wait, what was my original thing? 28. Oh, okay. So it is basically doubling. So this is 4K frame gen. Oh, that one. The other one was with RT. So this one was no RT. 52. 52, 59, 43. So I want to do one graphical change. We're going to turn frame gen off. I simply want to turn off anti-aliasing completely. Just set it to none and see what happens. Because 4K is such a high resolution that you can actually turn off anti-aliasing and you won't really notice much of a difference. So let's turn this off completely. There's no way to turn off. Okay, low. Anti-aliasing, low. Everything else will stay maxed. And then we're going to turn this off and see what happens. Because what are the things? Texture quality? I don't think texture quality is going to be that hard. Shadow quality could be... Yeah, it literally says on the right, significantly impacts performance. Please adjust with caution. What's interesting is it doesn't actually warn you about the anti-aliasing. It's really the shadow quality, visual effect quality, which I don't really think we're going to notice much of this. This pertains to like spell effects, ability effects, like particle effects, that kind of stuff. Yeah, atmospheric fog. Oh, okay, well, atmospheric fog is affected. Okay. Hair quality significantly impacts performance. Oh, you know what? Oh, please. This better not be using Hairworks and all those stupid things that were in that NVIDIA SDK, which are basically garbage things. Significantly impacts performance. Please adjust. What is this? Global illumination. Choosing higher level can significantly... Alright, you know what? Maybe we keep this like this and set this to low? Basically, what I would need to start doing is start... Okay, I want to go back to my original thing. Try anti-aliasing, low. Everything else stay like that. Turn off this frame gen. See what it does. Because I think it's... Cinematic is probably like 8x AA. Okay, it didn't really... Well, did it really change anything? No, this is what we were seeing before, wasn't it? The default was around like 30. Yeah, it was the 30 cinematic. Okay, let's not waste time with this. What I'm going to start changing now is global illumination. We're going to change that back to ultra. Set this to cinematic. Turn this to low. See what happens with low GI, but everything else maxed. I'm trying to figure out which one of these makes the biggest difference. Like, which one is the performance hog? Okay, see, look. With global illumination at low, we've already gained like 10 frames. Right there, with that one thing. Anti-aliasing did not really affect anything, surprisingly. Which means they're probably using like TAA or something. Next, what I'll do is I'm going to set this one back to cinematic, and we're going to drop shadows to low and see if that one has a bigger impact. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find out which one of these graphic settings is the biggest bottleneck, like which one is causing the biggest, or which is the most, the biggest hog in terms of what it's doing to the performance. But when you start doing changes like this, that's where side-by-side screenshots will show you what is actually being affected. Because sometimes just by watching the game, it's very hard to tell what actually is changing. Like when you're messing with, like global illumination, for example. Just watching it play through, it's hard for me to tell like what is actually different from when global illumination was set to cinematic. Should we set everything to low and see how it runs with everything at low? And see at what point does it drop dramatically? Although I kind of think it's good to test this way, like find out which one of these toggles is causing the biggest performance hit. Okay, so 38 4K. This is just regular 4K. But this is GI set to low. 38, 44, 32. So that is 10 frames per second higher than with GI at max. So we gained 10 frames from this one setting. Realistically, well, okay, well, I'll just keep on doing this. So that's going back up to cinematic. The shadow, I want this one on low now. Okay. Even with shadows at low, it is a little bit better. But notice GI had a bigger effect. Well, I'm going to let it play out because I want to find the full average, see what this does. Is shadows the performance hog or is GI the performance? I think it's going to be the latter. Oh, but I'm seeing the effect of the low shadows, though. Like, as the camera is panning across, you can see the shadow regions are not... They're not as well defined. They're these giant globs. And as the camera's panning, I'm seeing areas just darken out. Because it's like this big blob of shadow that's just kind of covering up. Yeah, so... In terms of the visual quality, I would say shadows seem to make a bigger difference in the overall visual quality versus global illumination. Like, you'll notice low shadows more than low GI. I see it on the trees, I can see it on the forest area. This is a PC exclusive game, though, right? Like, this is not on the consoles. Is this on console? I don't even know how this is going to work on console. Like, I guess they're just not going to use... There's going to be no RT, and it's going to be, like... FSR, like, ultra performance or something. I don't know. Oh, it's on PS5? What? How is this supposed to run on a PS5? Okay, so... Yeah, so far GI made a bigger difference. So this one is shadows low. 33. Okay. Global illumination made a larger impact. Alright, now we're going to try to make this actually playable. So what I'm going to do is try... I kind of think that a lot of these other settings don't actually do a whole lot. So this can be probably high. This needs to be low. Hair quality needs to probably be medium. Oh, atmospheric fog. You know what? Why don't we just do this? Let's try high settings. Let's just try high settings. High preset. TSR 100% 4K. See where the high preset lands. 1080p 30 on the PS5. Well, I don't think it's going to be doing 1080p 30. I think it's going to be doing 1080p 30 with like massive amounts of upscaling. Yeah, 43, that's not good enough. So we're going to have to figure out some custom settings. In fact, I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to use upscaling to fix the problem. We're going to have to do 1440p preset. So I'm going to have to set this to 66 again, or 67. I think 67. So 67 high. Let's see how this runs. I feel like they want you to use frame gen though, because when we first loaded this game, frame gen was defaulted to on. Okay, there we go. So 1440p high preset is 73 frames. This is upscaled to 4K, so we can run it at native 1440. I'm not gonna waste my time with 1440. We'll just leave it at this. But this looks like it's playable. 60 to 70. TSR at 67 with frame gen, the game will run around 90 to 80. No RT. Yeah, no. No. Okay, yeah, this looks... like, I could play the game at these settings. The other thing, too, is you want to keep in mind, because a game like this is so fast-paced, you're not going to have... You're not going to pay too much attention to the visuals, although the visuals are more... It makes it more immersive, versus a game that does not have good visuals, but still has fast combat action. So this is acceptable. This is basically 1440p high. Well, I'll try 1440p. Well, okay, let's do frame... you know what? I got an idea. I just thought of something. I gotta go back and look at my 1440 results, though. Actually, we were doing 30 FPS with no frame gen at 4K earlier, weren't we? So if I turn frame gen on, it could potentially just be 60, although it would probably still dip into the 50s, though. If I'm going to play this game, I got to find the optimal settings that I'm actually going to enjoy playing the game at. Because this is... I don't know, man. This is like, wow. Impressive. This is a very impressive benchmark. I don't think I've ever been this impressed with a benchmark. Okay. So this is 74. So this is 4K at 67%, which basically means 1440p. So this is 1440p high settings. This is the high preset. And we're doing 74, 84, 50. I could play the game like this. Here are the settings. The settings are on the right. If you want to see the settings. Everything is set to high. Frame gen's off. Now, what about... So earlier, 4K was doing 38 with GI set to low, but everything else cinematic. So what happens if we do this? So check this out. We're gonna leave it like the, well, no, we're gonna crank it up to 4K. frame gen on, and now I'm going to make everything cinematic except global illumination. Wait, hold on. Global illumination. Yeah, we're going to set this one to low. We're going to do low GI, but everything else cinematic, and we're going to turn on frame gen and see what we get. Okay, this is interesting. So this is native 4K with frame gen on, and everything is cinematic except global illumination. That's the one setting that's set to low. See, the thing that's killing the performance now, dropping it close to 60, is the shadows being at cinematic. But yeah, global illumination is definitely the heaviest load. It has the biggest impact on performance. Second would be shadow quality. I'm pretty sure it's shadows and GI. The problem with shadows is I don't want to lower shadow quality too much, because you're more likely to see the negative effects of running lower shadow detail versus running lower global illumination. What's interesting, though, is the results are close to what we just tested. We just tested 1440p, no frame gen, and everything set to high, and we averaged 74 frames per second. Now we're running 4K native resolution with everything at cinematic except global illumination, which is set to low, and we turn on frame gen. And these are the results. I think I found my preset. I think I found how I'm going to play this game. Yeah, so this is still lower than high preset 1440. So we did high preset 1440. This one is 4K. This is frame gen on. Frame gen on. And this one was native 4K. This is native 4K. And it's 67, 76, 59. Interesting. Okay. This is how I might actually play the game. It's been a while since I've played a game with frame gen on. The last game that I actually played with frame gen was Lies of P. And it was totally fine. But the thing is, the frame rate in that game was so high to begin with that you were literally running the game so like if the game was 60, and you turn frame gen, you were playing the game at 120 frames per second. And that was fluid motion frames frame gen, not FSR3 frame gen. I'm trying to think. Oh, the other game that I played a little bit of, not a whole lot of, with frame gen on was Forspoken. So I am familiar with how frame gen feels like when it's running. So, yeah, I don't know. I'll probably play the game like this, or I'll play the game at 1440p. Basically, it's going to be 4K, but it's going to be, 1440 internal resolution. So basically 67% on the slider. So I'm thinking either this is the way to play the game. You run frame gen on and 4K native with cinematic quality set, except global illumination. In fact, you know what we could also do? What if I try to make the global illumination medium? So basically what I'm saying is, at what point do we dip below 60 as the average? So where does it break? Is it medium? I feel like the developers want you to play the game with frame gen because the default was frame gen on. It's like they designed it for frame gen to be running. Okay, look at that. Already, just by cranking GI to medium, it starts off at 55. And now it's just hugging 60. So yeah, pretty much global illumination. So if you want to play this game at 4K resolution, you have to set GI to low if you want it to stay above 60 consistently. And that's with frame gen. Otherwise, alright, so I think we figured it out. So I don't want to play the game like that. Otherwise, what if... Okay, let's just try like very high. Although this is probably still going to be worse. So graphics, very high. So everything very high. Frame gen on. How does that run? I think GI is still going to kill the numbers. Yeah, see? GI is still, like, what's killing all the performance. So, I don't know. I feel like GI low, everything else cinematic, is probably the best way to play this game. Until I see screenshots that actually prove that GI has there's some benefit to running it at a higher setting. Alright, let's try high. Everything high. I just think GI low and everything cinematic is the way to go, man. Turn frame gen on, set GI equal low, set everything equal cinematic, and that's basically it. That's the winner. Oh, okay. So at high settings, we're doing like 70 frames now. But see, that's because we've dropped shadow quality, volumetric fog, all that stuff has been dropped now low enough where GI can also be at high and it's still playable. So I don't know. I'd have to do a lot of like side-by-side comparisons. But I personally feel like everything cinematic, GI equal low is like the best way to play this game. I don't like turning shadows down too much, because that makes the game look worse. TSR 67 frame gen, the game will run around 90. All cinematic preset, and it looks butter smooth. Okay, we'll look at that next. So you're basically saying run the game at 1440p with frame gen and everything set to cinematic? Wait, oh, okay. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, because the 1440 results were fine, were like, yeah, that makes sense. Because the 1440 results were in, like, the mid-40s. Yeah, I just don't like cranking too many things down. Like, that's why I can tolerate GI at low, because I don't really think it's doing much, except tanking the frame rate. Because, see, the problem with running it at high, notice how you're seeing the shadows, like, the shadows are filling in real time, and you can see it happening. That just breaks immersion. That just shows you that it's just not that good looking when you drop everything to high like that. Still, it looks really good, though. Even at the high preset, this game does look very good. Okay, 76. So this one is basically 4K frame gen high preset. 76. This is actually okay. I like that minimum. I do like that the minimum stayed at 65. We never went below 60 the whole time on high preset. Okay, you were saying basically 67 and cinematic with frame gen. Okay. It definitely looks better than high. But the thing is, now it's not 4K resolution anymore. I mean, okay, it's upscaled to 4K. And this might be the happy compromise, I guess. It depends on what the minimum is. If this minimum is better than my cinematic with GI equal low, I'll probably play it this way. This is essentially 1440p though. Because I think my minimum was 59 or 58. Yeah. I mean, you guys saw it earlier when we were watching the slideshow, the PowerPoint presentation at 4K with RT maxed out. You guys even saw me stuttering. That shows you the impact of live streaming on the GPU. Like even I was stuttering at the beginning of that while the slideshow was playing out. That's hilarious. Yeah, and the thing is, at 4K on a 32-inch screen, man, a 27-inch 4K screen would look even better with the 67% resolution scale. It would be even more sharper at that smaller physical size due to the higher PPI. Okay, so 78. Yeah, let me see. What was the minimum? This is actually a pretty good minimum. So this one was... Hold up. 67 high. Or no, what did I say? Where's my result from GI low? 4K GI low. Did I record it? I forgot to record it. Oh, it was this one. Frame gen on. Yeah, it was this one. Okay, this one was GI equal low. Yeah, frame gen, GI equal low. So on that one, I got 67 was the average, 76 was the maximum, 59 was the minimum. This one is 4K frame gen, 67%. And this is max. This is max. And we see 78, 88, 66. Okay, yeah, this is pretty good. This is better than what I had. So, the thing that I'm confused... Oh, it's TSR. Okay, yeah. TSR is good. Okay. Yeah, this is it. I found the settings. Actually, no, HDZ found the settings. Props to HDZ for finding the settings. I think this is probably how I will actually play the game. I'll play it like basically 1440p, maxed out cinematic quality, but all you do is you turn on frame gen. That's pretty easy for people to duplicate. You basically you're either on a 1440p monitor, you turn frame gen on and you max it out and that's it. Or you set, if you're at 4K, you set the super resolution to 67% and everything's maxed out and you just turn frame gen on. So yeah, this is probably the best way. TSR is definitely the best. TSR is better than DLSS, which is better than the other two. So yeah, the fact that this game has TSR though is a very nice option. So yeah, frame gen on is, I think, the way that they want you to play this game because it was the default. Yeah, okay. I found the settings, guys. For those that are on 4K, it's either this or alternatively, and let me pull up my notes here. Alternatively, you can run the game at native 4K, but you got to turn, frame gen still has to be on, and you basically set GI equal low. So that's good. I've found two different ways to play the game. One is native 4K at playable frame rates. The other is 1440 upscaled to 4K with max settings. So that's good. That's okay. That's good. The nice about this game is they don't leave you hanging. There's actually like a proper way to make the game playable, and it revolves around frame gen, which means this benchmark is going to be it's going to be a talking point for the next several months about frame gen, because this is a game that you literally use frame gen. It's interesting. They want you to use frame gen. That's why it defaults to on. So, okay. So basically either this and frame gen, or this frame gen and that. Those are the two ways to play the game. GI low, everything else max, and 100%, or 67, everything maxed. Interesting. Okay. I think I'll probably do it this way, 67, everything maxed, because my minimum is actually better when it's set to 1440. It's like 7 FPS higher on the minimum. The average is also better. Yeah, it's actually a lot better. It was like 11 frames better. So yeah, that's interesting. Okay, these are the settings though. I found the optimal settings. The optimal settings are pretty easy. It's cinematic everything. Or, well, I don't know. Like, if we want to say optimal settings, like where we actually look like we did something with the thing. Low, and then, yeah. Low, 100, there. That's it. Done. Oh, man. Okay, so it's totally playable, but it's also totally unplayable. That's good to know. Let's make this cinematic. Oh, we'll probably play it like that, actually. So, HDZ, props to HDZ finding the optimal settings for this game. They're actually not that well hidden. It's basically if you're on a 14... So, for those of you that are watching this and you're on 1440p, you're going to be playing the game like this. 1440p. You're on 1440p. You go here. You basically leave this 100. You turn this on. You set this to TSR. And then you just max everything. That's it. It's that easy. That's how you play that 1440p. That's how to play the game. Because the reality is the game is actually intended to use these things. Otherwise, they would not have put these things in the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just glad they put TSR. I'm actually very glad that they actually incorporated TSR, because TSR is the best super resolution sampling, or I guess upscaling method that exists right now. So until something else comes along, Epic Games with their Unreal Engine 5, if you're on UE5 and the game has TSR, you want to use TSR. Just saying. Public service announcement, that's the best one. Go look at the Tekken 8 screenshots of like TSR versus all the others. It's significantly better in Tekken 8. So there we go. I found the settings. Cinematic and 100% 1440 like this. Or if you're on 4K, it'll be 67 and everything cinematic. Because that's basically the same thing, resolution-wise. Alright, display. But for me, it's gotta be 4K, right? Like, we gotta be 4K. So, because this is an interesting title, because there's technically no graphics card today that can actually handle this game. Like, there isn't actually a graphics card that exists that can handle this game without these things. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's weird. I'm trying to think, is there any other game? Does Cyberpunk 2077 run at the native resolution for the appropriate graphics card? Like, without these type of technologies? So, okay, what I'm asking is, what does Cyberpunk 2077 run like at... Okay, so 4090, 4K, native resolution, max settings, except no RT. How does... No, forget about overdrive. No overdrive, no RT. I'm saying max settings, no RT, 4K, native resolution. How does a 4090 handle the game? That is the question. Does anybody know? No RT Cyberpunk runs around 75. Okay, so then that means that that game is not as hard as Wukong. Wukong already is like way harder than that game. Okay. Yeah, because now what I really need to do... So the next thing I need to do is I'm going to get the 4090. We're going to run it at 4K native resolution, full maxed out, frame gen off, and then see what happens with cinematic, everything maxed out. No RT. No RT. Cinematic. 100%. No frame gen. That is how you evaluate if a graphics card can handle a game. If the 4090 can average above 60 frames, or just, I mean, it just has to average 60. I don't care if it dips below 60. If a 4090 can average 60 FPS at 4K native resolution with no frame gen at full cinematic preset, then it actually passes the test. But if a 4090 cannot average 60 frames per second at 4K native resolution with no frame gen, then it fails the test. And that means that there's literally no graphics card that can handle this game. It's that simple. That is how the graphics cards will be graded. That is how they're evaluated, based off of whether or not they can meet the bar, because it's all about raising the bar. If a GPU cannot average 60 FPS, it does not have to do 120. It does not have to do 90. No, it just has to hit 60. If it can't average 60 at the intended resolution, then it fails the test. So far, the XTX has clearly failed the test. It has failed with flying colors. So we will see if the RTX 4090 can pass the test, but it will be graded based off of 100% 4K native, TSR, no frame gen, cinematic preset. That is how I will grade it. If it cannot pass 60 FPS with these settings, then it basically fails the test, and therefore there are currently no current generation graphics cards that can handle Black Myth Wukong, which means Black Myth Wukong is literally the new Crysis. It trumps every other game in terms of how hard it is to run. And we aren't even talking about ray tracing. This is literally pure rasterization, pure native resolution, and no frame gen. So clearly the XTX has failed to deliver. Now we will see. I don't know if we'll do it live. I mean, obviously we don't have the 4090 here. It's in a Threadripper system. So we're going to have to test it with Threadripper, of course, and see if it can pass this exam. Because this is a really hard exam, guys. Man, this is like the new benchmark. This is the new benchmark. Like, wow. I am very, very impressed. But at this point, it's looking like it's going to be up to the RTX 5080 to see if the 5080, well, okay, I don't even know if 5080 might be not even be good enough. So maybe the 5090, so the question is, can the 5090, assuming the 4090 is going to fail the test, you just checked at 4K native, no RT, the 4090 does 40 FPS? Oh man, the 4090 fails the test? 40 FPS? Oh man, okay, so hold on a second. If the 4090 does 40 FPS, then can the 5090 pass this exam? You get 75 FPS native on the 4090. You're probably testing with frame gen on. You have to turn off frame gen. Frame gen off, TSR, 100%. This needs to be off. No. Don't. No, RT. RT's not part of the exam. RT's not on the exam. We're talking about rasterization, because the whole thing is, have we reached the limit of RT, or not RT, of rasterization performance? And my viewpoint is no, we haven't. And this game proves that I am correct, that we have not reached the end of rasterization uplift. We still need rasterization uplift. If the 4090 is only doing 40 FPS, then we have definitely not reached the limit, and we are in dire need of more rasterization. You said with RT it's 19 FPS. See what I mean? We need more rasterization. The ray tracing thing is so far off into the future. That's future technology. We need more rasterization. Like, this is ridiculous. Raster definitely needs more uplift. 4090, I'm going to test it. I'll test it myself just to verify. But it's not that I don't believe you, because so far, everything that you have said has been very useful information. And everything you've said, I've just confirmed that, basically running the benchmark over and over again. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, we need better rasterization. Man, now that I know that the 4090 is doing 40 FPS, we are going to need a 5090. Man, that's crazy. And the question is, can the 5090 even pass the test? 5090? Will it be good enough? Will the 5090 be good enough to pass this exam? This is the new exam. I found the new graphics exam. Graphics cards are graded based off of their market segmentation. 4090 will only ever be graded at 4K resolution. Oh, you're talking about Cyberpunk? No, we're not talking about Cyberpunk. We're talking about this game. This game is way harder to run than Cyberpunk. And this is a single player game. Wait, no, Cyberpunk is a single player game also. This is incredible. This is incredible. Like, we literally found the new Crisis. It just showed up randomly. No, he was saying, I think he was talking about this game. Wait, what were the... Wait, hold on a second. You were talking about this game, right? What is the... This game is... The 4090 is 40 FPS in this game? Or is it Cyberpunk? Are we talking about Cyberpunk? Yes. Black Myth Wukong. Yes, right. So 4090 is doing 40 FPS in this game. That shows you guys that game technology has already outpaced all the current graphics cards. All the current graphics cards are already starting to show signs of weakness. $4090 failed the test. Oh man, not even the mighty 4090 can pass the test. That's crazy. Can the 5090 pass the test? 4090 straight up failed. Can the 5090 pass the test? Man. It's like I have to rely on I got to rely on frame gen. Okay, hold on. With frame gen on, what was the result? Did I test this? Black Myth Wukong. Okay, let me see. I'm just going to get another set of results here. So, I'm going to run this now the way I'm going to test it on 4090 and see what we get. Well, actually, no, this is not the correct test because I have frame gen turned on. So anyway, we're going to record this with the frame gen on because I think I already recorded this with frame gen off, and I think the score was 28. Because it would be double. This would be double of what we got at the very first run that I did. Now I want to know how the 4080 is going to do. Can the 4080 keep up too? I don't know, man. 4080 is kind of a weird... 4080 is such a weird GPU. 4080 is expensive. Only has 16 gigs of VRAM. And it's marketed as like a 4K GPU. That is stupid. That is so dumb. You will need a 6090 to get 4K 60 plus. 6090? If that's true, if what you've said, well, no, forget about RT. No RT. Just pure rasterization. Pure rasterization. A 6090 is required to run this game at 4K native with everything maxed. Forget about RT and no frame gen, and that's what's... Wow, 2 generations? That is like more than 4 years from now. 4 years from now. No, more than 4 years from now. It's like 4 years and like 2 months. We're talking 50 months from now. 50... We have to wait 50 months to get a GPU strong enough to defeat this game? To pass the exam? What? $5090 should be able to do raster at 4K 60? Okay, yeah. Okay. Man, the 5090 is going to be required for something like this. 4K This was frame gen. This is 4K frame gen. It's 52, 59, 43. Wow. It's only 20 more frames, so it needs 20 more frames. You do realize that that means that the 5090 will need to be like, what, 33% faster than a 4090 to pull that off. It'll need to be at least 33% faster than a 4090 to be able to pull that off. That's the amount of performance uplift that it's going to require. Wow. That is intense. So we still need a lot of rasterization. We still need a lot of rasterization. Man, this is the sort of thing though. Like this is what keeps people running the rat race, where it's like these are the sort of things that, man, it's almost like Nvidia perfectly like worked with this developer to make the game this hard to run to entice people to buy a 5090. Like, that's hilarious. No, that isn't even hilarious. That's I don't know what that is. Like, half of me feels like that is so like underhanded, dirty tactics right there. But at the same time, you're seeing like it's pushing the industry forward in some regards, like in the sense that it's delivering better graphics, or it's like it's delivering higher visual fidelity experiences, but you know, you need the hardware to accompany that, to pull that off. So wow, yeah, man, that's crazy. Anyway, this is a very fascinating benchmark. I actually really like this benchmark. This is definitely the new crisis. It's here. This is the new crisis. 4090 does 40 FPS, and whereas in Cyberpunk it does like what, 75? Yeah, this game is significantly harder to run than Cyberpunk. Considering Cyberpunk is almost 4 years old, I would expect this game to be harder than Cyberpunk. So, anyway, guys, that's probably gonna be it for this stream. This is a very fascinating benchmark. I will probably do some benchmark comparison tests. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna segment these. So I need to figure out what is actually capable of handling this at 1080p and 1440p. So actually, did I do 14? Did I figure out what 1440 was? Hold up. Let me just get native 1440 real quick. Native 1440. No frame gen. So 100%. Native 1440. Cinematic. Okay. What are the results for the native 1440? Supposedly the 5090 will be 60% faster. I don't know about that. That is what a generational uplift is supposed to be. That is what a generational uplift historically is. However, there are factors this time around that are preventing a 60% uplift, and that's namely because they're not getting the node density. There's a lot of reasons why I don't think it's going to be 60%. But originally, yes, historically speaking, anybody can claim 60% because all they got to do is look at the average for all these hardware generation uplifts. Like, you know, 20 to 30, 10 to 20, 900 to one to the 10 series. You know, they can look at that and they're like, oh, 60%. Okay, it's 60% faster. So 4090 is 50% faster than 4090. Wait, what? You mean 3090? Yeah. Yeah, I know. But see, anybody can look at that and be like, oh, it's got to be 60% faster because the last one was 60%. The thing is, there's different factors. Ideally, yes, NVIDIA wants a 60% uplift as an objective. But if they can't meet that due to external factors outside their control, like, for example, not enough node density or whatever, like delays or having to choose a different node, like, there are a lot of reasons why they may not be able to reach that percentage uplift. Yeah, at 1440p native, everything maxed out. The 7900 XTX isn't even able to hit 60. So, man, this GPU fails the 1440p exam. Wow, that's embarrassing. That means that this thing had to... It's like... This isn't even... Wow. 46, wow. Yeah, and you have a point. They could do stuff with the memory interface to get a lot better memory bandwidth, so that we could see a big uplift through that. Yeah, so there are ways around not getting the node density. $1440p max, 46, 53, 39. Man, that's bad. That's bad. Okay. So that's the test. And this GPU can't even pass the 1440p test without frame gen. That's how you know this is the new crisis. Because, like, I gotta turn this on. I literally gotta turn frame gen on to make it pass. Yeah, of course it's gonna be like double. Okay, so we don't even need to run this. But anyway, I'll just let it play out. Anyway, yeah, they're gonna have to do something with like memory bandwidth and all that kind of stuff, because if they can't find a clever way to improve the architecture, they're not gonna get a big uplift. Hold on, if I alt-tab from this... Okay, good, it still runs. Your 4K native results for the Wukong. 49 frames per second. Yeah, so it failed the test. Yeah, man. But that's actually not... Okay, so that's actually almost 10 FPS higher than what we were saying earlier. So 49 frames per second. But don't you have your GPU overclocked, though? I want to say one thing. For those that are not aware, this 7900 XTX is a reference AMD XTX. This is not a Sapphire Nitro. This is not a Hellhound. No, this is a standard XTX with two 8-pin power connectors running at stock configuration. No overclock. So which means this thing maxes out at 350 watts TDP. So this is kind of like the minimum. Well, I don't want to say minimum, but this is basically the out-of-box XTX reference card. So technically, you could see better results depending on which AIB card you have. on the XTX. But it's not going to be like it's so much better that it, it's still going to be kind of in the same ballpark, but it's going to be a few percentage points better than what is shown here. So yeah, yours is overclocked. I will be running, so my 4090 is a Founders Edition 4090. And see, this is the reason why, as someone who makes YouTube videos for the public to see like how to replicate stuff, because people could have overclocked cards, factory overclocked cards, they could have pre-builts with reference blower styles or reference cards that are like OEM cards that don't even clock as high as AIB cards. So the performance can be all over the place. But when I evaluate benchmarks like this, all my video results are always going to be based off of stock reference specs. Unless I specify otherwise, all the results that you see when I do GPU comparisons are always reference spec. No overclock. So my AMD results here are the results of a stock configuration reference AMD card. And when we do the 4090 test, it will be on a Founders Edition 4090 running at stock configuration. So that is how I do all my tests. So meaning my scores might be a little bit worse than somebody who has a factory overclocked AIB card, or they themselves manually overclocked their graphics card. So those are just, I want to preface that because I think people might look at my results and like, well, how come your results are like not as good as mine? I have the exact same GPU and I'm getting like higher frames than you. Well, it's probably because you have a different graphics card. Like it's physically got a better cooler. It's got triple 8 pins, or it's factory overclocked. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things too. So also stream. Well, yeah, I know. But if I make what I'm saying is if I make a video and I post a video that shows bar charts with benchmark result data, that is comparable. However, I'm just saying, like, it's always stock configuration. I'm not going to show you overclocked settings. I'm not going to show overclocked results unless I dedicate a specific video to overclocking and then showing overclock results versus stock results. I think it's better to show people stock results because the vast majority of people don't overclock and the vast majority of people buy pre-builts from Dell or HP or somebody that uses OEM cards that don't even have coolers anywhere near as good as what you would get on a Supreme. So just wanted to point that out. So anyway, so this was 83. This was 1440 with frame gen, everything maxed out. Oh wait, I didn't even record the number. Let me just put the number down. So I'm recording these numbers so that when I actually test this without streaming, I'll see like how much of a percentage hit I'm getting from live streaming versus doing it offline. Okay, so this is 1440 frame gen 83 95 58. Yeah, the maximum's not really that useful, but I like to record it anyway. You got higher FPS and the XTX is undervolted and overclocked at 3 gigahertz, and yeah. And the other thing too is you're using a different CPU. We didn't even talk about the CPU. So the CPU that we've been using the whole time is a 9950X. This is on a Ryzen 99. You can see it on the screen. 9950X 16-core processor. So the processor does matter to some degree, but if you're going to test a bunch of GPUs, as long as you use the exact same CPU, it doesn't matter. You're going to see the various differences between the GPUs. So even if you use an X3D, or if you use a non-X3D, or if you use an Intel CPU, it doesn't really matter. As long as it's the same CPU and the same memory and the same memory speed across the board for every single GPU, you're going to still see the differences. So Anyway, especially if we're testing at 4K resolution and stuff like that. 1440p, the CPU does matter more, but at 4K resolution, the CPU, you know, realistically speaking, as someone who's benchmarked a whole bunch of CPUs recently, 4K results are pointless. You're not even going to really notice a difference. It's like certain games might show like 1% difference between variation, but even then it's kind of margin of error, so yeah. Anyway, that's gonna be it for the stream. Yeah, this is an interesting benchmark that just kind of popped up out of nowhere, so I'm probably gonna have to make a video about it. So anyway, guys, that's it. That's all I had, and I didn't realize we went that late. Wow, I live streamed for over 4 hours. Didn't even completely lost track of time because of this one benchmark. 1440p is where you saw the biggest difference. Okay, well, that's interesting. All right, well, I'll do a bunch of different tests and see kind of what to standardize on. Typically, what I will most likely do is I will literally just run the test like this. No frame gen. It'll be frame gen. Well, I don't know, man, because I think every GPU is going to fail this exam. So it's like, really? We have to rely on frame gen? I don't know. The difference is frame gen is going to make the bar charts look nicer. No frame gen is going to make it look like every GPU is complete garbage and this game is complete garbage. So I don't know. Testing with frame gen off is going to cause like its own set of controversial problems, but I feel like testing with frame gen equal on is also going to cause potential controversial problems in its own regard. But anyway, we'll figure out what seems to be the best way to present the data. So anyway, that's going to be it for the stream. Thanks, everybody, for watching. I was not expecting to stream this long, to be honest, but this game has got my attention. I might actually play the game. So, why step... What? What are we talking about? Why step motherly treat... What does that mean? What? Anyway, we're not talking about Intel. We're talking about GPU benchmarking. What? I'm confused. Anyway, guys, that's me for the stream. Stay tuned. If you're new to the channel, we do the live streams every Thursdays. So Thursday, it's a fixed time frame every week. So tune into that because that is consistent. I don't always stream on the weekend like this. This is kind of, you know, if I have time or whatever. So anyway, that's it. Thank you for tuning in. If you want to catch when I'm live, get subscribed to the channel so you know when I go live. Because sometimes I do go live on the weekend like this, but it's kind of depends on scheduling. So with that being said, thank you for watching, and I will see you guys on Tech Thursdays. Until then, take care, and I'll see you next time. Thanks.